the Maldives. This exotic paradise consists of almost 1,200 islands in the Indian Ocean. It's the picture postcard holiday destination of a lifetime, where honeymooners lie on pristine beaches or unwind in the spa, sip cocktails or enjoy the turquoise waters. It's a place to escape and relax. One of these exclusive resorts is Conrad Maldives' Rangali Island. This small island paradise offers 12 restaurants and bars. But in a place where land is at a premium, where do you go for that extra special dining experience? Welcome to Ita.
It's a unique place. Diners come from all around the world just to dine in the restaurant.
When the people come inside, they say, wow.
It's not an everyday thing for them to do. And we want them to cherish that magical moment.
The location of a restaurant is very, very important because great meals start with a journey. The location and how you get there adds to the anticipation.
Guests access this restaurant at the end of a jetty, where they descend a spiral staircase.
Welcome to the world's first all-glass undersea restaurant.
Here, relaxed luxury is the name of the game. The natural setting invites a very different kind of service to most high-end restaurants. With that in mind, they have a unique dress code to echo their unique surroundings.
All other restaurants have walls and ceilings, and we don't have that. We only have 180 degrees glass. We have a floor. All other restaurants, you go with the shoes. Here you come without shoes.
We want to give you the barefoot experience because Maldives is all about barefoot experience.
Not having your shoes is much better, make you feel free. It's good. We did something different.
Named as the most beautiful restaurant in the world by the New York Daily News, Ita has seen its fair share of romance.
A lot of guests came here just to propose. The person who proposed in such a unique place is smart because she can't say no.
With such an incredible view out of the window, the food needs to seriously impress.
Keep the stock hot for risotto, please. Yeah, is it away, main course?
With a background in 2 Michelin star cooking, Jordanian Ayub Salameh is the executive chef at the helm of the undersea restaurant and all other outlets in the resort.
I think it's beautiful. The reason I cook is because I love to eat.
In 2011, he arrived to transform what was a family restaurant into the high-end gastro destination it has become.
Service, away, please. When I create these degustation menus, all what I'm thinking of is it has to satisfy me first. So I am a high demand, and if I don't like it, I don't serve it. It's a challenge for me to compete the view. And I need something which grab your attention. We always look for luxurious ingredients, which we can source all year round. We offer caviar, we offer duck foie gras, black truffles, white truffles.
Wanting the finest ingredients from around the world is all very well, But getting them to a small island in the Maldives is another matter.
We have 8 flights every week to the airport. And then from there comes with our boat. The boat have chillers, fridges, so arrives here every Monday and Thursday.
Where others shout about local provenance, this chef has to be defiantly non-local in sourcing produce.
We buy beef from Tasmania, we buy beef from German, we buy the asparagus these days from Holland, avocado from Kenya, the lettuce from Australia, from Thailand, from India, with some potatoes and tomatoes from Sri Lanka. We also have things like gold salt, which we do the finishing of Ita dishes, especially with the new menus. 400 grams, because almost $2,500. People love it. This thing new. Keep me updated. Every time I travel, come back with a new product, new items.
Though there is at least one local dish.
My favorite dish will be the Maldivian lobster carpaccio.
Fine dining amongst the marine life in paradise does not come cheap. In fact, this restaurant is regularly listed as one of the most expensive in the world.
The cost of the meals is $320 for the 5-course dinner. Many guests book the restaurant only for them, which might cost $10,000 and above, and it's worth it.
These places are certainly worth the experience. If you have the money and you can really relax and let yourself enjoy it, it's a huge adventure. It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. What's the fun of having the money if you're not going to spend it on things that give you pleasure and make you think, make you happy?
The place is unique. The food is made with passion and love. It's just like what everyone is looking for. My mom is always saying, your eyes eat first. Your eyes eat before your mouth. So I always like to have my dish, like you look at the dish and say, oh, I'm gonna eat you.
And it's not just the food that causes a logistical headache for the team at Ita. For sommelier Kamal Malik, getting the best wines for his cellar is not straightforward.
Transportation time to Maldives is fairly big. You need about 3 to 4 months advance planning. For Christmas, orders will go out by end of July, and we will have the stuff on Christmas. If I miss this, the bottles will miss the Christmas deadline. Keeping that in mind, you have to have a lot of bottles. We keep anything between 16 to 20,000 bottles on the island. Undersea Restaurant definitely is a place where people open the best of the stuff. You don't dine there every day. It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and you want to have the finest. Special bottles, we have plenty. There's one nice bottle sitting there of Cristal. 2,000 bottles were commissioned in the year 2000. We're trying to sell it for 52,000. We had 2. One's gone. One still is here, so let's see who's the lucky one. When we sold the other bottle, of course we were happy because we made some money. You also feel sad because you're never going to get that bottle back.
To complement the extensive wine list, the team has developed its own specialities.
Ita itself means mother of pearl. So we do a cocktail called the Pearl. Comes in a martini glass with a big rock of ice, colored with some blue curacao to give it that effect, and it's a martini. It's a beautiful drink.
Ita is an undersea 14-cover restaurant. It was built in Singapore, then shipped to the Maldives, where all 175 tons of it was sunk 5 meters beneath the waves.
It took actually 13 hours to sink the whole structure down.
The restaurant, which cost a staggering $5 million, raised the bar in the unique dining stakes.
Mr. Salim He's the owner of the resort. He was the one who came up with this crazy idea of putting a restaurant under the sea. Yeah, hats off to him. Good idea.
Here, diners enjoy a 5-course European-inspired menu, eye to eye with the likes of stingrays and black-tip reef sharks. As well as their barefoot rule, the staff need to match their service to the beautiful surroundings.
To be able to do it, you have to have the right skilled people who are able to take care of you well.
And here you can find 4 kind of different sorts.
What we want to achieve is the right balance where you're not disturbing, but the needs are being taken care of.
Service is much more than just service. It's about hospitality, and it's about the connection and the bond that you create and share with people. It's about making people feel special. That's what it's about.
The first thing that they do is to offer to take pictures.
1, 2,
because that will stay with you for a long time.
thank you. So black tip.
The team is trained to tell you the names of those fishes that you would generally come across.
These are the bluefin jackfish here.
We just want to make it memorable, to make it special.
There's a very fine line between wowing your diner and serving food that has soulfulness, and you really need both to be a great restaurant.
Food and service, they are both important. Let's go. Dish, nice and clean. Service are the mirror who's delivering the chef experience. That takes a lot of training on how to serve the dish. Simple as that, finish.
It all needs to come together. The experience has to be, at that seamless level. If you only remember the food or the wine or the ambience, then, the restaurant failed.
To help protect their massive investment, they employ a member of staff rather unusual in the world of fine dining. Not many restaurants need a scuba diver to clean the windows twice a day.
We see sharks just swimming by, and sometimes stingrays. There's an artificial reef that was built just at the level of Eta, so there's good coral life. And from the surface, they feed the fish from time to time. It's very nice.
10 years ago, when the restaurant was put under sea, we imagined something, and now we have seen it come alive, getting better. Everything has evolved over the last 10 years. It's a special place.
I am very lucky to be working in a paradise. What else do I need?
Not all the world's best restaurants are in world-famous cities or glamorous resorts. On the edge of the English Lake District, nestling at the foot of the fells, lies the picturesque village of Cartmel. It's nearly 300 miles from London. It has a population of less than 5,000. But it's home to a restaurant that can compete with the best that New York, London, or Tokyo has to offer. With 2 Michelin stars and an array of other accolades. This is L'Enclume.
Service.
At the helm of this Cumbrian contemporary classic is chef patron Simon Rogan.
The restaurant means more to me than anything. I mean, it's my spiritual home. We've been here now for 12 years, and we started off with a vision to go a certain way. All the hard work and the graft is now bearing fruit.
L'Enclume is French for anvil. Simon has housed his vision in a renovated 14th century blacksmith's forge.
Let's go 6 carat lunch menu, yeah? Yeah. There's going to be another 2 after that. Yeah.
Initially, the remote rural location, over 3 hours by train from London, was something of a challenge.
I remember when we opened the doors to L'Enclume, it was, oh my God, what have we done? We were struggling to do anyone during the week, and we might do 15 or 20 people on a Friday and Saturday night, but that was the extent of it. We used to get people coming up from London at the weekend that had been stuck on the M6 for 7 hours, and they were getting to us 3 hours later than they were meant to, full of rage and full of, like, it was tough. Now they don't really care. They're just glad to be here.
The restaurant isn't easy to get to, but its setting provided Simon with a perfect opportunity to innovate.
L'Enclume just happens to be slap bang in the middle of one of the most amazing places for wild larder, cattle, shellfish. Everything I needed was here for the style of food that I wanted to serve. I decided to eliminate all foreign ingredients and try to make sure everything was Cumbrian. See, you know, all of a sudden we can't use lemons, which in a chef's toolbox is the most valued weapon, because there's nothing like being able to squeeze a bit of lemon juice to heighten and bring out flavours. So we had to find substitutes for all the ingredients that we were no longer going to be able to use. It took a few years to eliminate foreign culture and ingredients and to concentrate on what was important, and that was where the restaurant was, and to connect to its surroundings and all these wonderful products. So the area is everything now.
This is the countryside, this is farmer's land, this is pie and chips. For somebody to be doing not classic French food and not pub grub, something very different, I think that was a struggle. It was a real struggle.
The dinner offering consists exclusively of a 17-course tasting menu at £120 a head, which Simon has developed to showcase this local produce.
He's been dug in for quite a while, investigating the local ingredients and trying to make his food an expression of the landscape. And the landscape of the Lake District is very, very particular. And L'Enclume is that very much regional restaurant which makes a virtue of its sense of place. You can't get that food anywhere else.
Simon's hyper-local approach has paid off. And in 2015, L'Enclume was voted the UK's best restaurant for the 2nd year running.
My initial thought of being voted the #1 restaurant in the UK was, oh my God, what can we do to improve things? And I'm thinking, well, actually, we've been voted #1 for a reason. So what do we need to change?
And with the accolades, the crowds have followed, all the way to Cumbria.
Table 18, 2 covers, room 15. Table 11, 2 covers, non-resident. 25th wedding anniversary. Some people never get to celebrate that, ever. So bear that in mind, bring it up, talk to them about it.
Guests who make the long journey to Cartmel can stay in rooms at the restaurant, heightening that sense of a break from the ordinary.
Once you've left one of the big cities and come here and see the difference, and again, I think that's really positive for our guests. You don't just get a guest eating, you get them away from their life. They're here, you've got them the whole time.
L'Enclume in Cumbria has overcome its isolated rural location to become the UK's #1 restaurant. For chef patron Simon Rogan, it's part of a culinary adventure that started as a young child.
I suppose it all goes back from a very early age. My father was a fruit and vegetable salesman in the fruit markets, veg and fruit markets in Southampton. And he would bring home things that we had no idea what they were, and it was way back in the time when it was pawpaw and kiwi and star fruit, and they weren't even in supermarkets yet, and they used to sit in the fridge and more often than not go mouldy because we didn't know what to do with them. And I think that's what, you know, ignited the chef in me, that, you know, made me curious.
A career working in grand country hotels and classic restaurants followed, working for such celebrated kitchen icons as Marco Pierre White and Jean-Christophe Novelli.
My career probably started properly when I opened the doors of L'Enclume and I could finally do what I wanted rather than have the handcuffs of being in employment.
And what he wanted was to be simple.
Simplicity, in my mind, is one step closer to perfection. Whether you ever achieve perfection, you know, that's a tough nut to crack. But you know, you're going a long way to achieving that by starting off with the perfect raw materials, and that's what we source meticulously.
To help achieve this, L'Enclume has something that few restaurants can call upon: its own 12-acre organic farm.
I think the food here has become a very naturally led cuisine. Our quest for the perfect ingredients from our farm has led to a more simplistic way of serving them. The fact that we're growing ourselves means that we can utilise every part of the plant. So, you know, most ingredients, you have a stem, you have a root, you have a leaf, you have a flower. So we are able to utilise every part of the plant, which you can't buy from any other supplier. And it also gives us our unique selling point as well, that we're using parts of things that, you know, people don't normally use.
I speak to my grandmother sometimes and say we're being really avant-garde, Gran. We're using lovage, and she just looks at me like I'm a nutter. You know, no, we've been doing that since before the war, Sam.
To help push the culinary boundaries, Simon has set up a development kitchen to work on new dish ideas.
At the high end, you have to innovate all the time. You have to make sure that you don't just become some museum piece. The development of development kitchens, well, they're sometimes called culinary labs, seems to me the logical extension of that.
The development kitchen is a facility to help us use our ingredients in a really efficient manner. So when the ingredients are ready from the farm, we have to have the techniques and the method in place. So when the ingredient is harvested, we're ready to go, and the recipes are in place.
So that means goat's cheese treated with liquid nitrogen becomes goat's cheese snow.
You push yourself to create new things that you would never thought were possible, really.
I think it's to the benefit of the designer, generally, because it does actually give them a playroom in which to come up with delicious things to eat, and that's what it has to be about, doesn't it?
L'Enclume's development kitchen doubles as a chef's table, allowing up to 6 diners to try out new dishes before they land on the main restaurant's menu.
I had 6 chefs from Yorkshire, and I think they'd been for a few drinks beforehand. In fact, they'd probably definitely been for a few drinks beforehand. And it was halfway through the dinner, and one of them sort of leaned over the counter and stuck his finger in my sauce and went, "Oh yeah, what's that?" I was like, "Oh my God, did you really just do that?"
The location, the farm, and the development kitchen all feed into the restaurant's extensive and imaginative tasting menu.
It's a way I like to eat. It's a way to showcase our ingredients. We need to have a long menu because we've got so many ingredients we need to use. But, you know, I look at it as a journey.
Most chefs in high-end restaurants are basically train spotters. They're obsessives. They love to get down and dirty in the detail, and they love to refine and refine and refine. And the tasting menus enable them to do that.
It's the greatest hits factor. It's a way of saying, come to my restaurant, you don't have to do any work, you don't have to choose. I'm gonna make you exactly what I wanna make you and show you what I can do.
When it's at its best, it can be a spectacular thing of rhythm, and it can be a dance through flavours, sometimes to miraculous effect.
It's about the whole menu, it's about the rhythm of it, it's about how it works to each other. You know, texture, taste, heat, you know, all these different acidities, all these different things are taken into account, and it's the journey, it's on that journey for a reason.
There's individual, incredible elements to this meal, but when you put them all together throughout a whole evening, it's a night out.
Delivering a menu of this complexity brings its own set of challenges.
There's about 20 things that we will serve to our guests, which, with 50 guests, is 1,000 things to give them over an evening. And then deliver them all with ease. And never make a guest feel like they're part of a huge machine operation. There's so much going on around them.
The guests, they want to see the effortlessness. They want to see the swan, but they want to see this elegant swan. They don't want to see the pedaling underneath.
At its peak, you've got around about 140 to 150 things going on for every guest coming in the restaurant. This was equating to around about one thing happening every 2 seconds.
A meal lasts around 3 hours. During this time, Simon and his staff strive to ensure a guest never gets bored.
We need to keep people interested. We need to keep it, you know, different, and you know, we don't want people falling asleep. You know, the pebbles from the local beach or the driftwood. You know, it's not a short experience. You know, so we try to keep it as interesting and fresh as possible throughout all the courses and give something different, visual to the eye.
If you ever look at guests in the restaurant, they're watching the room. The room itself is theatre with these many things going on at once.
Madam, would you also care for some of the marigold and the hyssop?
Our tea trolley brings an element of theatre to the service, as does our cheese trolley. You know, they are theatrical in their approach.
I wanted to say to you all thank you.
Oh, thank you.
First time we've been here.
All right, okay.
And it's been absolutely great.
Oh, good, thank you. Have you enjoyed it?
Oh, some amazing flavours.
Against all the odds, L'Enclume has not just survived, but thrived.
A lot of people said we wouldn't be open for very long. Here we are 12 years later, full most nights and for lunch, and getting busier and busier. It makes me very proud. But I'm not finished.
This is Munich, the capital of the German state of Bavaria. If that conjures up images of Lederhosen, Weisswurst and Oktoberfest, or perhaps the chocolate box Baroque architecture in the old town, then it's time to think again. Prepare to encounter a restaurant that turns those hearty Bavarian clichés on their heads. It's glamorous, theatrical, and flamboyant.
Maybe the only Michelin-starred restaurant with orange carpet on the ceiling in the world.
Welcome to Tantris. Tantris landed like a red and orange spaceship in post-war Munich. Its name comes from Eastern philosophy and refers to the pursuit of enlightenment through pleasure. And where better to pursue pleasure than in a restaurant that has 2 Michelin stars? is regarded as one of the finest wine restaurants in the world and seen by many as the cradle of German gastronomy.
The experience at Tantris is really the interaction of the relaxed atmosphere that we offer, the staff that is perfectly trained but not overly stiff. It's an interaction of guests who want to enjoy themselves and us giving the stage. It's a party atmosphere, but on a very fine dining, exquisite level.
Tantris' union of exuberant design and fine dining has made the restaurant one of Germany's most fashionable and exclusive destinations, attracting national and international celebrities.
Harry Belafonte was actually here quite a number of times. Larry Hagman.
Larry Hagman.
Dallas. Brooke Shields.
Brooke Shields, yes, they write me very nice pizza, Brooke Shields. Yes,
The restaurant guest book is prized by the staff, be it old-timers like Pietro Petramili, who has been with the restaurant since it opened.
Christerburg.
I never sing that one, but I love.
Or more recent members of the Tantris team, like American head sommelier Justin Leone.
Jean-Claude Van Damme was also here. It was in his heyday, that's for sure. And then Thomas Müller, of course,
Müller,
hometown hero, but now internationally
International.
famous. World champion, FC Bayern. The young find their way to us actually more often than not. Christina Aguilera, that was during my first year here. So many huge stars, whether it's Carlos Santana, Rolling Stones, I mean, I'm pretty sure Aerosmith's been through here, but I think my favorite signature in the book is actually Woody Allen, which is a huge page, and I think he signed it like this big.
They do 20-minute work for designation, and then later big for me. Thank you, Peter.
With stylish decor, glamorous clientele, and award-winning cuisine, Tantris is also at heart very much a family restaurant. It was opened in 1971 by Fritz Eichbauer, who still visits the restaurant with his wife twice a week for lunch.
Hello.
It's now run by their son, Felix.
I was almost born in here. It was my mother was pregnant at that time. We had a company party in here, the Christmas party, but literally from here she left to give birth to me. So we were making fun that even I received my first milk bottles out of three-star restaurant chefs' hands, and so this is home to me.
Felix's well-traveled father, tired of having to journey to France for a gourmet meal, wanted to share his love of modern architecture and fine food with his home city, which back in the 70s was something of a foodie wasteland.
From what I hear, almost no fresh produce was available. People were opening cans, so there were the food, the style of food, and also the produce was just not very good.
That was until Herr Eichbauer Sr. launched Tantris.
His vision was if he would bring a restaurant like that he experienced on his travels back to Munich, everybody would at the end fall in love with it.
But was the Munich of the early 70s ready for such a bold statement?
I think he was 10 years too early. It did happen, but just it took much more time than we ever could have expected.
Eventually, the rest of Munich caught up with the trailblazing Tantris, which to this day resolutely retains its funky 70s vibe.
If you enter today, it must be the same feeling like 43 years ago.
When we go to a restaurant, we're going for dinner. We're not going to worship in a church. We're not going to bow down before gods. We're going for fun.
I don't care whether it's modern or classic as long as it rings true and authentic to the place I'm dining.
And anything, be it a theatrical little flair on the top, which adds to that fun, has to be a good thing.
Without Tantris, there wouldn't have been a German food revolution.
Eine Spargelsuppe, eine Essenz, bitte. Hier hat die deutsche Kochgeschichte begonnen. Mit Eckhard Wittigmann, ja, und dann war Heinz Winkler und dann Hans Haas.
Remarkably, in over 4 decades, the restaurant has only had 3 chefs. And for the past 23 years, Hans Haas has been in charge of the kitchen.
Diese Küche, was wir hier machen, ist einfach, ja, schon eine Gourmet-Küche, aber trotzdem sehr einfach mit den besten Produkten. 2 große neue 1-1.
Chef's Haas food is really so concentrates on the perfect produce, and he wants to have it as clear as possible. So there are never more than, I would say, 3 ingredients in a dish. And what stands out most for me are his sauces. Yeah, the sauces are really divine. It's reduced to the max.
Tantris is big by fine dining standards, and Chef Haas runs a busy kitchen, catering for 120 diners a night who can order à la carte or dine on a 5 or 8 course gourmet menu at 160 or 200 euros a head.
I think he was obviously the perfect chef because it's a beast to manage. Since it is so big, we always also wanted to if we have the demand, to accommodate 120 customers.
So there's the haute cuisine and the funky furnishings, but what's the final ingredient?
For us as a family and for Tantris, wine was always utterly important, and I think we were always very famous for having a fantastic wine cellar.
We have between 40 and 50,000 bottles, and we end up in a year selling between 4.3 and 5 million euros per year. When you have a chance to actually taste these wines, you start to really understand the difference in between a wine that brings simple pleasure and a wine that's truly monumental, that somehow tugs at you, grabs your soul, and somehow leaves you a little bit different than before you opened the bottle.
Justin's job is to maintain and enhance the restaurant as a magnet for wine lovers.
An all-encompassing, world-class, quintessential sommelier is, of course, for me, the quintessential gentleman anyway. I think taste is absolute, and if you are a doyen of taste, then that should also stretch to everything that you do.
The sommelier in a restaurant is one of the trickiest jobs because sommeliers are people imbued with vast, vast knowledge, and they need to have communication skills to be able to communicate that. There are very, very few really good sommeliers. The ones who are really, really good are the enthusiasts, the ones who turn up at your table and are desperate to introduce you to things that you might not have thought you needed.
What of wine we?
Something, yeah. I think something fresh, something that speaks to the asparagus, the vegetal character of the asparagus, but still light and crisp and refreshing and summery. It's
German
a warm
or French?
Day. Maybe something in between.
In between, yeah.
maybe we go to South Tyrol.
Oh yeah.
Maybe South Tyrol, and a wonderful selection from Vida Romans.
Oh yeah.
The Virus Sauvignon Blanc is fantastic. Fresh, grassy, snappy, little more body, little more power than your Sancerre. Beautiful wine.
Okay.
Let's try.
We try.
Let's try.
Yeah. Okay.
Now with Justin having an American sommelier, who's so knowledgeable and gives you such a deep history and background of the wines that you can experience here.
This is perhaps the most coveted bottle in our cellar. This is the 1978 Romane Conti from Romane Conti, Domaine della Romane Conti. It's the kind of wine that when you taste it, you not only taste the greatness of the terroir itself of Romane Conti, the power, but with such an incredible elegance, but also the vintage.
And the price tag for this treasure of the wine cellar?
Unfortunately, this isn't something that everyone can access on our wine list. It does lie at around the equivalent of about $22,000 US.
Tantris' sense of opulent indulgence runs throughout the restaurant, even to the latest restroom, recently restored in keeping with the original style by Felix's architect wife, Sabine.
This is one of the most talked about rooms in the restaurant, and when we're here to dine, I can see ladies coming back from down here, and especially when they're here for the first time, they go, "Oh my God, you have to check it out later." We just remodeled it. Actually, we believe it looks more like the original one because, it had been painted over, and so we actually took to scratching the paint off of the furniture to see what the exact pink was back when they opened.
As a child, I was always it always reminded me of Kermit and Miss Piggy. Yeah? I was allowed with my mother when I was very young, but nowadays obviously it's not a room where I spend a lot of time in.
Beautiful bathrooms, fine dining, fabulous wine, fantastical furnishings, all contribute to Tantris' aim of maintaining its reputation as a fun night of ambitious scale.
Also die Küche allein nützt nichts, Service allein nützt auch nichts und der Wein allein auch nicht, aber alle drei zusammen, perfekt.
Here it's all about the overall atmosphere and the experience. We offer almost an evening at the opera.
The focus is really on the absolute just sensuality of the sumptuous texture and the colors of the restaurant around you, the warmth, hopefully, that's coming from your company, and the laughter and the excitement, but also the relaxed and indulgent nature of the restaurants. I'd be fired.
Bangkok, the capital of Thailand. Famous for its opulent temples, its rich array of street food, and its lively markets. It's one of the world's most vibrant and colourful cities, attracting tourists from around the globe. In the heart of Bangkok's business district, soaring 64 stories high, is the imposing State Tower. The tower's crowning jewel is its rooftop restaurant, floating 800 feet above the hustle and bustle of the streets below. This is the world's highest alfresco restaurant, Sirocco.
We created something which was never created before in the world, in city of Bangkok.
The high-rise panoramic vista has become the restaurant's trademark, which has helped establish its reputation as the place to be seen and to see for locals and tourists alike.
I choose a restaurant every time I go out for different reasons. Sometimes it's because I want a specific type of cuisine. Sometimes eating out is not just for the food, I'm going because of the view, or I've heard so much about the location.
The location and setting of a restaurant is very important, and you could be on a top floor of a fantastic hotel or a wood cabin, for example. I mean, the food has to be good and the service has to be good, but for some people it's simply about the location and the setting.
Since the restaurant first opened in 2003, it's frequently been voted among the world's best rooftop destinations.
Sky Bar Sirocco is on 64, please. This way, please.
The hotel's dedicated elevator can whisk guests to the top floor in less than a minute.
So as soon as you come in the elevator, you have these beautiful girls in their golden gowns welcoming you.
Let me show the way for you for Sky Bar and Sirocco this way, please.
And this is Sirocco. This is the first view you get as soon as you come out of the door. And you say, wow. And these are the famous steps and the famous views. Can you beat it? Look at this.
That great view sparks a level of competition within the other working parts of our experience with food and service. Nobody wants to be left behind. The chef wants to deliver great food. We want to deliver great service. We're always competing with each other.
Competition began right at the start of construction. Despite the restaurant's lofty position, building was completed in just 79 days.
Keeping in mind we had only one elevator, taking the stuff up, taking the things down. More than 100 people working on the site, getting the restaurant ready. We created a structure, and there's 100 tons of steel that has gone into this restaurant, and these are all different levels built on steel. What we have been able to achieve is truly a marvel.
Our decor is like none other. We don't have 4 walls and a ceiling. We don't have to put paintings on the walls. Our view is Bangkok. It is fantastic. It's exhilarating. It's stunning.
Believe me when I'm saying that. No red carpet in the world can give you this feeling what it gives you when you walk down these steps. This is a feeling everybody in their lifetime should at least try once.
Spanish chef de cuisine, Gonzalo Ruiz, has worked in fine dining restaurants in cities all over the world. Since taking the helm of Sirocco's kitchen, he's firmly established his own style of Mediterranean cuisine.
Working here is it's my passion. We are working to provide our guests the excellence of our food. That's not easy. That requires discipline and hard work and passion.
Since the restaurant first opened, it has developed a faithful following of devoted guests who return time and time again.
Stewart is one of our loyal customers. He comes once in a week is fine. If he's not there once in a week, we have to call him and say, everything okay with you?
When you look at the restaurant here, the ambience is, I believe, second to none anywhere in the world. It is a very unique place. You could have taken this view and put a chain restaurant on the top and still made a lot of money, but it would have been nowhere as unique as the experience is here.
So he has 3 permanent residences. One where he stays with his wife, one his 1A seat on an aircraft, the other is table 21 at the restaurant.
Welcome to Sirocco.
A restaurant, when it's at its best, should stop the world outside. You come to a different place where everything is directed at your pleasure. So you sit at the table, you're not doing the washing up, and someone's going to feed you delicious things and take away all your worries and all your fears.
We serve Mediterranean cuisine. It's a simple presentation with fantastic complex flavors behind it. We can do upwards of about 300 covers a day, but we cap ourselves at 200 to ensure guest satisfaction, guest happiness.
Diners have the choice between ordering a la carte or putting their faith in Chef Gonzalo's 7-course tasting menu.
Chef Gonzalo is a great chef who's very creative. When he came in, he just created a wonder. He just added the color to the food. He added the flavor to the food. The whole thing became altogether a different experience.
Okay, So pick up 6 set, table 39, 2 next set. The food is important, the service is important, the ambience is important. It's a combination of all of these issues that make the experience for the guests the best possible ever. The people that come here for celebrate this hike, we have to make sure that everything is smooth, everything is perfect for that occasion. You cannot fail. We are in one place that cannot fail to them, cannot fail to our guests.
Bangkok's tropical climate means glorious sunshine can quickly turn to torrential rain. The restaurant has developed a highly tuned response to the unpredictable weather.
All right, guys, so what we're gonna do today is we're gonna practice the rain procedure, right? Nothing impacts our guest experience more than when it rains. So this has to be perfect for our guests. Are you guys ready? Yeah. You ready? All right, come on, bring it in, bring it in, bring it in. Come on. Bring it in. Who's going out? No, are you taking us out? Yes. Okay. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 0! One of the benefits to be in the world's highest alfresco restaurant is we get a 270-degree view of the city. We get to see the rain coming at us. So it's never really a surprise. It's gonna rain in 5 minutes. Come on, umbrellas, 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 umbrellas.
We have 28 tables. Each table, one staff is assigned. And they take the guests to a restaurant which is already set up, which is the top of the dome. They are escorted in an elegant manner. They do not get wet. Champagne is served as a part of the rain check procedure. And then what food that has not been served will automatically start being served to the guests there.
Once the guests are upstairs, we need to get in an area where we're ready to reset. Because once it stops raining, it's imperative that we turn it over as quick as possible. That process, we try to get it down in under 15 minutes. We do this probably 3 times a week. Practice, practice, practice makes perfect.
In all of the places I've been in the world, there is nowhere as polished as this restaurant for dealing with the situation of rain. I've been here some evenings where I've had one course here, another course inside, and back outside for another course, and back inside for dessert, all within the same evening, without getting wet. It just adds to the thrill, I guess.
That was awesome. That was awesome. Very, very fast.
Sirocco in Bangkok already holds one record, that of the world's highest alfresco restaurant. Now it's after another. The team have developed what they think might be the world's most expensive dessert.
We came up with the Sirocco dessert, which we would be selling at $50,000 US. This is for people who would like to propose, because I've seen tears in guys' eyes and the woman's eyes. So why not make that thing a little bit more emotional? That will be the most defining moment of your life.
The extravagant dessert justifies its sky-high price tag with a romantic secret. Concealed inside its sugary case is a diamond ring. This most lavish of puds was created by the restaurant's executive pastry chef, Alex Hekimov. For the $50,000, the happy couple not only get to keep the ring, but they also get to sample some of the world's rarest and most expensive ingredients.
We have Himalayan honeycomb and honey, basically, from a wild bees. Only used from the really, really unique flowers that are growing only in the Himalayas. Okay, and this is the caviar from 90 years old albino sturgeons. Are very difficult to find in general.
Extreme scarcity comes with an extreme price. Even the tin the caviar comes in is pressed out of 24-karat gold.
We are actually using the whole tin. This 30 grams of caviar, it will cost you around $1,000. And basically this is the diamond. It's a 2-carat diamond, which makes it one of the most expensive desserts. It will be enclosed in a sugar sphere, which at the same time little bit gives you the surprise and hint, so you have to dig into the dessert to find it. And of course, a lot of gold. You have a beautiful view outside, you have a beautiful food, you get a 2-carat diamond ring, you get a proposed, what more you can ask for it?
$50,000 proposal and the lady still says no, nothing wrong with our dessert, nothing wrong with our place. There's something wrong with the guy.
As night falls, the city and the restaurant take on an entirely new life.
When you sit down and eat and you overlook the city of Bangkok, from the explosion of colors at sunset to the birth of the neon lights, it is absolutely stunning.
Even today, after 12 years, we do not have a training department in our organization. You know why? Because we have these customers every day telling us what we should be doing right to make the experience better.
Recently, we've had a couple spend $30,000 for dinner. They bought Dom Perignon for everybody, for the staff, for themselves. It was quite amazing. We get many celebrities that come and dine with us, whether it be from the US movie stars or European soccer players or Thai musicians. People from all walks of life come and join us for dinner.
There's also a welcome for more modest budgets.
Come here, have an experience. It'll cost you $120 per person.
But if you have deeper pockets,
for people who just want to splurge, there's no limit.
Paris is one of the most visited cities on the planet. People come to marvel at its iconic architecture and to be seduced by the Gallic charm of its cafe culture. The French capital is a magnet for lovers of romance and for lovers of food. In 2010, France became the very first nation to have its gastronomic heritage recognized by UNESCO. And with roots that couldn't be deeper in classical French cuisine, is a 3 Michelin star restaurant by Alain Ducasse, one of the culinary greats.
La philosophie pour ce restaurant, c'est l'excellence des produits français, préparés, assaisonnés, cuits parfaitement.
This is Restaurant Le Maurice.
C'est une nourriture en harmonie avec la société dans laquelle on vit, c'est-à-dire aujourd'hui. En cela, nous sommes des restaurateurs contemporains. S'il vous plaît.
The restaurant's contemporary take on classical French food is dished up within one of the grandest hotels in all of France.
Voilà, welcome to the restaurant.
The room is in the style of Louis XVI and modelled on one of the most famous palaces in the world.
Et nous sommes ici dans une salle absolument sublime qui a été conçue à l'identique du Salon de la Paix de Versailles. Tout est doré à l'or fin. Je vous invite à regarder cette magnifique cheminée de marbre où vous verrez la tête de Bacchus.
There are so many factors that go into making a really special dining experience, a great restaurant, a world-class restaurant. And it starts the minute you walk in the door. There's this element of magic.
In 2007, the restaurant's traditional decor had a subtle facelift. The enfant terrible of contemporary French design, Philippe Starck, was commissioned to modernize the room. A rug to mirror the original mosaic floor, and lampshades to the antique chandeliers. And he didn't stop there.
Et vous avez cette magnifique table réalisée par Philippe Stark, sur lequel vous découvrez des cristaux gigantesques de baccarat. L'idée était vraiment de faire rentrer à nouveau la lumière dans le restaurant.
Another modern innovation by the French designer was a mirrored wine cellar opening right onto the dining room.
Cette magnifique cave à vin cache nos 616 meilleures bouteilles. L'idée de cette cave à vin était d'inviter les clients à venir choisir eux-mêmes les bouteilles. Cette salle est simplement inspirante dans tous les sens du terme. Travailler ici, c'est une chance.
Hotel Le Meurice in Paris was built in 1835, and the restaurant within it has a rich and colourful history that reads like a who's who list of the 19th and 20th centuries.
Les artistes les plus connus, les rois, les reines. Salvador Dali a vécu ici. Il venait plusieurs mois par an, pendant 30 ans. Il y a eu aussi la duchesse et le duc de Windsor, le président Roosevelt, les Rockefeller. Et après la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, toute une clientèle internationale s'est vraiment développée.
World-renowned chef Alain Ducasse, with an incredible 19 Michelin stars to his name, has overseen the restaurant since 2013. Christophe Santagne heads up the kitchen.
Je travaille moi avec Alain Ducasse depuis 1999. Aujourd'hui, on se connaît très bien. Le chef de cuisine, il est là pour définir le système de jeu, savoir comment on va aborder les choses, distribuer les postes à chacun, et puis derrière, c'est animer. Je pense que pour bien faire la cuisine, il faut être amoureux. Amoureux des produits, amoureux des gens, amoureux de ses collègues. Il faut avoir faim, il faut avoir envie de donner des choses. Il ne faut jamais être satisfait, en fait. À partir du moment où on est content de soi, on commence déjà à régresser. Notre objectif avec ce restaurant, c'est de défendre la grande tradition française, mais tout en l'adaptant à la vie d'aujourd'hui.
The challenge here is how to tie in such deceptively simple food with such an extravagantly elegant dining room.
Donc comme on sait que le décor est un décor de Versailles, assez chargé, très luxueux, pour ne pas mettre mal à l'aise le client quand il arrive, sur les tables, on a voulu mettre le moins de choses possible.
The dressing of a table is a matter of subtlety. Where it's simply done to give you a rather elegant, clear space in which to enjoy your food, and it's done with taste and it's done with a clear vision of what you're trying to do, it's a lovely thing.
The man charged with framing Alain Ducasse's three-star menu is designer Pierre Tachon.
Je pense que si on avait mis des choses plus chargées pour la table, quelque part on n'était pas cohérent avec la cuisine. Il faut que quelque part, lorsque le client arrive, il ait déjà les premières sensations de l'expérience qu'il va pouvoir vivre. C'est vraiment dans l'idée de théâtraliser le début du repas, de promettre une expérience un peu différente.
While we might all think that perfect meal is just about the food, it's about the perfect tasting food, the serviceware, the cutlery, the glassware, all these other factors will feed in to our judgment about what we thought we were tasting and how much we enjoyed that meal at that time.
C'est pour ça en fait que cet objet-là a été dessiné. En fait, l'assiette de présentation du Meurice était destinée en fait à faire le lien entre la salle et ce qui va se passer en cuisine. Cet objet très simple et très très pur.
As well as the presentation plates, guests are greeted with a table display of the day's finest vegetables, an unadorned symbol of the restaurant's focus on produce and flavour.
J'adore ces légumes nature comme ça. qui cultivent la différence, qui sont uniques, que vous n'allez pas retrouver ailleurs. Tout cela fait de ce lieu, à déjeuner ou à dîner, un lieu d'exception.
Travailler avec M. Ducasse, en fait, c'est passionnant parce que c'est quelqu'un d'excessivement curieux et du coup, c'est quelqu'un d'excessivement exigeant. On soigne vraiment tous les détails de A à Z. Quand on choisit les heures de la table, on a à peu près 600 ou 800 pièces dans la salle et on va en choisir maximum une cinquantaine. Et on épure, on épure, on épure. Perfection, c'est dans le détail, ça c'est sûr.
Séduire les yeux avant de séduire le palais, c'est ça notre pari.
À partir du moment où vous travaillez pour des restaurants très très chics, finalement, il n'y a rien de normalisé parce que finalement, chaque chef a envie de raconter une histoire qui est la sienne. C'est ça. Ce qui est riche, c'est de pouvoir s'imprégner de l'histoire de quelqu'un et quelque part de l'interpréter et de donner ma propre vision de sa vision à lui.
To me, understanding culture and understanding the anthropology of a place is best done by eating their food. So going to a foreign city, a foreign country, and sitting down at a meal that really showcases that culture is the best way to understand it. And I think really gives you a great sense of where you are, a great sense of place.
Alain Ducasse's menu goes to the heart of classic haute cuisine and traditional French eating.
Il faut à chaque fois savoir accueillir chaque client comme s'il était unique et à chaque fois vouloir refaire son métier de la meilleure des façons pour pouvoir tous les jours, 2 fois par jour, donner le meilleur à chacun. L'important pour un client qui vient en Maurice, c'est l'expérience globale. Il faut qu'il y ait un accueil formidable, il faut qu'il y ait un décor formidable, il faut qu'il y ait une cuisine formidable.
Ce qu'on donne aux clients quand ils viennent au restaurant, c'est de retrouver les goûts de la nature. On essaie de faire retrouver les goûts du poisson, du légume, de la sauce, de la viande, etc., etc. Le chef a fait une carte très simple où les appellations, on va à l'essentiel. C'est-à-dire que vous avez par exemple pour le homard, on fait homard, pommes de mer. C'est-à-dire que c'est à nous d'expliquer le plat dans tous ses détails. La cuisson, comment c'est fait, d'où il vient.
This provenance doesn't come cheap. The 6-course menu is priced at €380, not including wine.
C'est le meilleur du meilleur, donc comme toute chose, le meilleur du meilleur, ça a forcément un prix qui va avec.
However, the customer is king, even at this grande dame of fine dining restaurants.
Il faut avoir surtout de l'écoute. On est là pour le client, on est 120% avec le client.
And the à la carte menu allows plenty of options.
Ici, si vous voulez, on veut faire du sur-mesure, c'est-à-dire que nous voulons que chaque client puisse expérimenter, mais on ne veut pas leur offrir quelque chose de prédéfini. Vous avez tous ces plats à votre disposition. Si vous voulez un seul plat, très bien. Si vous voulez goûter toute la carte en toute petite portion, on vous le fait.
One of the great things about high-end restaurants is that they enable you to rent a wealthy person's life. If you can save up the money for the tasting menu, you are buying 4 hours of pure pleasure. So it's about indulging yourself, but in a very refined way.
Nous sommes des marchands de souvenirs merveilleux. Le secret du succès, c'est de la rigueur, discipline, exigence. La motivation que j'ai, c'est la permanence, de n'être jamais satisfait, de n'être jamais arrivé, de chercher toujours, d'être toujours en quête de l'excellence. Sans jamais l'atteindre, nous poursuivons d'essayer d'atteindre la perfection.
Les gens reviennent certainement parce qu'ils ont gardé de très beaux souvenirs en mémoire. Une merveilleuse cuisine signée Alain Ducasse, un cadre exceptionnel, historique et un service impeccable. C'est tout à fait unique.
Le consommateur contemporain, il voyage, il est curieux, il est un foodie, il est averti, il est exigeant, il est passionné. La vraie satisfaction, c'est de faire des clients heureux, qui ont envie de revenir. Et on doit garder le souvenir durablement du moment qu'on a passé dans notre restaurant. C'est ça notre travail.
On n'a pas l'habitude de dire non. On dit toujours, toujours oui. On est dans un restaurant 3 étoiles. Oui, on fait tout, oui.
San Francisco, California, on the west coast of the United States. It's a city that attracts thousands of visitors each year, not just for its historic sites, but more recently for its explosive dining scene. So-called gastro-tourists come to San Francisco from all over the world to sample the delights of over 170 fine dining restaurants. 22 awarded stars by the Michelin Guide. Tucked away in the suburbs is a dining room that shines with the highest possible 3 stars from Michelin. Saison.
It's really a food-driven restaurant, so the food, the service, everything has to be obviously top quality. But first and foremost, it just has to be delicious, it has to be comfortable, it has to be a great experience.
Everything that we do in the restaurant is really about the flavor, the materials, the products, the result that people actually get on the plate.
There will always be a place for good, simple quality food, simple ingredients, cooked well, using fire the old-fashioned way.
Saison's iconic open kitchen fire is integral to every dish the restaurant serves. It's lit at 8:30 each morning and continues to burn long into the night.
We don't use a conventional grill or anything. We cook pretty much everything over coals. We can do anything from grill over the coals to bury things under coals. We use this rack up here to cook things really slowly or even dry them out and take in some nice smoke flavor. It can get up to easily about 800 degrees Fahrenheit.
Fire is the way that we cook everything. We decided a long time ago that I thought it had an honest flavor, a genuine flavor. It produces a great result. That's the sole purpose for using fire.
We use almond wood because we enjoy the flavor that it imparts on everything we cook. It's a nice balance. It's not too aggressive. So much of our food is cooked over coals that you don't want something that's over the top, but it does give a nice, sweet balance. It just has to constantly stay burning because if you fall behind on coal production, the whole restaurant kind of comes to a halt. It is the experience that you can't get anywhere else. Not only is the kitchen almost in the dining room, but you can literally see the most simple method of cooking done just 20 feet from your table.
Fire is really the energy of the kitchen because it's going all night and every single dish in one way or another touches that fire. It's honest cooking. It's fire and it's ingredient. There's nothing else. We're not filling it with liquid nitrogen. We're not shooting it into space and bringing it back. It's just honest, good, well-executed cooking.
Saison is French for season and encapsulates the restaurant's ethos for using the very best of seasonal, local ingredients.
We have a plethora of amazing products in the Bay Area, so we just wanted to showcase those products. We put them on the plate as they are. Nothing hidden. There is only what needs to be there for the enjoyment of the guest.
Josh's food is very pure. Very, very pure, clean food, very light food. The ingredients are allowed to show themselves. The dishes aren't over-manipulated. There's not
too many ingredients. There's trying to focus on very specific flavors that work together and that are there.
There are some chefs who will send out dishes with multiple components. You'll find there are 8, 9, 10 things on your plate. It can be terrific. Much harder is to send out a dish which has only 3 things on the plate, and it's still terrific. That's where real brilliance lies.
The restaurant's dishes are seasoned with Saison sauce, devised, tried and tested as a distinctive alternative to salt.
Saison sauce is basically a elixir, a brew of grilled grains, seaweeds, and little fish right over the fire. We stew this thing together, and it creates this kind of like smoky, subtle, really round, beautiful flavor.
It's the job of research and development chef Scott to make a fresh batch of the seasoning on a daily basis.
This sauce particularly has a lot of character that salt doesn't have. Altogether, the sauce's smoke, its depth, and it is salinity without salt.
Fuel is selected for maximum flavoring.
So I smoke the white soy and the kombu with both hay and almond. The almond is like deep and almost like barbecue-y, and then the hay kind of has like a grassy, really green flavor to it, which lends itself well to the sauce. We generally use it in every dish, from stocks to sauces. It lends itself rather greatly to the way we cook and the food that we prepare.
As the menu evolves with the changing seasons, so too does the wine offering from Mark and his team of sommeliers.
Well, the most important thing that you have to look at when you begin with wine pairings is that it's really the food first and how the menu comes first. And then we develop the wine pairings around that. It's about the acidity levels, then you go into flavor, then you go into the third and most important part, when you chime them together, does it work or not? Is it delicious? It's not supposed to change the dish. It's supposed to enhance the dish. The collection of wine, it's focused on Burgundy. We have the Domaine de la Romanée-Contis on the list that go for over $20,000, which people have ordered, and enjoyed. We have other wines on the menu that are $80 that, in my opinion, can be just as satisfying. When people come in, to make them feel comfortable and welcome them, I always thought that a glass of champagne is a perfect way. That's really the beginning of understanding the experience of comfort at the restaurant, is being welcomed with genuine hospitality.
Following champagne, the dining experience really gets down to business. In the open plan room, guests have a ringside seat on their food being prepared just meters from their table.
The chef wanted to make the entire restaurant the chef's counter, so we eliminated all the walls. Guests are more than welcome to go into the kitchen and see how the food is being prepared. The cooks run a lot of the food, so as knowledgeable as we are about the food, having someone that actually prepared the food and bringing it out to you, there's a lot of passion behind that, and I think guests enjoy it a lot.
Until very recently, a restaurant was divided: back of house, meaning the kitchen, front of house, meaning the dining room. And the two almost never met. But the best chefs, they are creating scenarios in their dining experiences where that all mixes and mingles. Chefs have to come out and serve an element, or perhaps servers have to do a little more of the cooking tableside.
I had a guest the other day. He was asking me probably 15 questions on how the abalone was cooked, because he wants to cook abalone at home. And so at the end of his meal, what I did was I arranged with one of the cooks to bring him upstairs and to show how we pounded, and then we brought him back down and cooked an abalone in front of him, and he was blown away.
Saison offers several different multi-course tasting menus. To fully enjoy them, guests need a healthy bank balance, a sense of adventure, and plenty of time on their hands.
The discovery menu is kind of the longest. It's whatever the kitchen wants to do at that moment. You come in and they say, "Hey, I'm in your hands." Then we just go crazy and we give them everything they want so they can have this kind of gustatory experience, because that's what they want. But at the same time, people can have 3 courses or 1 course if they want to. There's recommendations of menu prices, like vegetable menu is $2.98, discovery menu is $3.98. But then you can order, a dish on the menu for $28.
There's so many costs behind the price of the menu. Just for starters, I mean, our staff to guests is 1-to-1. And having a staff member inside the restaurant is $200 a day. There's the half the cost of your menu is in that person right there to bring you that experience. Like everything costs. You know, we use the best possible ingredients we can find. Operating a restaurant at our level and making sure that we're always giving the best experience possible, not the most profitable business to be in. I just want people to leave happy, that's all. You know, that's really the goal. I mean, it doesn't get much more complicated than that. You just have to do it consistently and to the highest quality you can find.
The kind of experience that people after when they go to this top-end restaurant can cost hundreds of dollars because you use only the best product. You have a lot of staff, very well-trained staff, a lot of them, the decor, the design, everything costs money, and of course you need to run a business. So I think it's money well spent if you ask me.
The restaurant moved to its current location in 2013. Co-owners Josh and Mark wanted a space that could work with their open-plan kitchen and dining idea while still being full of character. Not an easy trick to pull off.
The building, you know, the feeling is very important. It's like feng shui almost. It's brick and timber. It had a lot of natural beauty to it. These 40-foot ceilings. The design of the space is really just about materials.
Everything in the restaurant, whether it's the silverware, the tables, linen, everything that a guest comes in contact with has to be perfect. A lot of people feel like they're at home, like they're in someone's home. It's comfortable. I mean, that's what we wanted to do, you know? We don't want to separate out the lounge and the dining room and the kitchen. Just keep it all together and open.
Even our equipment in the kitchen is beautiful. Copper pots and you know, the best stoves available on earth, a giant hearth, flame, a little smoke. So all those things we just wanted to share with people. Why keep them separate? It doesn't make sense.
Before every service, the whole team assembles to discuss in detail the specifics of that evening's menu and the guests who will be eating it.
We have a 2-top salad for table 1 celebrating John's birthday. A 2-top salad for table 3 celebrating an anniversary. Both guests there are no pork.
To spend those 15 minutes communicating and learning every day before service. And then there's an inspirational quote. And then at the end, we say jayo, which is kind of a term that you use in martial arts to cheer on your teammates when they're competing. Which is where I got it from. It literally just means like pump up the gas, more gas. It's like the samurai summoning, you know, evoking your warrior spirit. So it's a great thing to have right before you go into service.
Judge a man by his questions rather than by his answers. Voltaire said that. Have a great service.
Jayo! Table 7. Make sure they're marked, please.
I like to kind of go through my day and touch each person, each product, and give them my advice so that they grow. I mean, my job is really to make people better than I am. And if I'm not working towards that goal, then what good is it?
The restaurant's high culinary ambition is lavished on just 18 guests each service, seated at 7 tables.
There aren't a lot of tables at this restaurant. The kitchen appears to be about the same size as the dining room, and that really is the charm of this place. You feel like you're in a very rich person's home, and their very talented staff is making you dinner.
There's no secret to success. It's get off the couch, work hard, and don't stop until you've accomplished what you set out to do.
We just keep pushing every day to be better. Ideas will come and we'll find ways to always enhance the dining experience. Where that is in a year from now, I don't know.
We want them to come and just be the most satisfied human being on earth. You come in and you're like, that was, you know, I don't want to leave.
on the stunning French Riviera, known for its sun, palm trees, and super yachts. Loved for its glamour by the rich and famous. This is a place to see and be seen. And that also goes for the city's highest-ranked restaurant, where exquisite food and sumptuous location combine.
We have the expression, our pleasure, it's your pleasure.
Set in the seafront Grand Hyatt Hotel Martinez, this is La Palme d'Or.
When you choose La Palme d'Or, you want to see the view. When you arrive on the terrace, when you see the Mediterranean, just wow. It's unique in Cannes. The impression you have the sea arrive at the feet. It's really amazing. And when you arrive at the restaurant, time stops. You arrive at 12 o'clock and you finish at 5 o'clock. It's not a problem.
This 30-cover restaurant, beloved of celebs, does not just rely on an incredible view to impress. The food is just as special.
C'est parti devant un château saignant et un pigeon rosé.
L'essentiel et le noyau de tout ceci, c'est le produit et le goût. Mais ce produit et ce goût, il faut l'habiller, il faut l'expliquer, il faut l'accompagner.
Chef Christian Scenic holds 2 Michelin stars with a menu that is not your average French fare.
C'est une cuisine latine, régionale et locale, avec une architecture, on va dire, visuelle contemporaine.
Every culture has a base, a foundation of technique and cuisine that it will always be known for.
C'est parti devant une asperge à la carte et 2 asperges de mouvement.
If you think of France, for example, the standard by which all Western cuisine was created.
21.
They are still cooking with such a strong sense of place and a sense of identity.
The restaurant has an a la carte menu, as you'd expect. But instead of a traditional starter, main course, and dessert, Chef Scenic menu presents sets of movements, a kind of culinary symphony.
Le mouvement, pour moi, symbolise la régénérescence, la remise en question, l'évolution.
In each symphony, one of 7 key ingredients is prepared in 3 different ways, served one after the other. Explaining this unusual approach is the domain of the restaurant manager, Cedric.
When the guests discover the menu, where is the starter, where is the main course, we explain the movements. In the first time, it's not really easy to understand.
Where a less daring menu might painstakingly list ingredients and provenance, here the approach is more whimsical. This lyrical take springs from the creative imagination of the polymath chef.
J'écris mes textes moi-même. Il est important pour moi d'exprimer ce que je ressens, même à travers des mots. Je ne suis pas simplement un cuisinier. Si j'avais été simplement un cuisinier, je me serais ennuyé. J'aime l'art, j'aime la littérature, j'aime la philosophie. Je peins, je sculpte, je crée. Donc l'écriture, pour moi, me permet d'exprimer émotionnellement et sincèrement et de décrire cette énergie et ce mouvement. Elle est décrite également à travers la céramique, ce côté visuel.
In the hills above Cannes, Christian takes his involvement with his dishes much further than most chefs. In his small studio, he and his wife Cathy design and make all the restaurant's tableware.
Je travaillais dans l'hôtellerie. Il y a 5 ans, je me suis formée aux Beaux-Arts de Valoris, qui est quand même un village très réputé pour la céramique. Et puis on s'y est mis tout de suite.
Quand je veux quelque chose, c'est rapide, c'est spontané, c'est unique, c'est sur mesure. Je dis voilà, c'est une autonomie totale.
Typically, Christian will design the dishes he calls supports. It falls to Cathy to realise his vision.
Une fois que c'est fait, elle me le montre, je regarde, des fois je l'embête, je fais non, c'est pas ça, il faut recommencer. Ok.
Je fais mon mari en cuisinier. Caricature, qu'on appelle le mini-moi.
Alors le mini-moi, c'est une forme de petite caricature. Et je pense que ce côté ludique, ce côté cuisinier, qui symbolise le verre avec sa toque, sa barbe et sa fine courbe, vous voyez que je suis très fin, qui symbolise pas simplement moi, qui symbolise aussi l'ensemble.
Qui est donc en mise en décoration sur la table pour l'accueil des clients. Ça les amuse.
Christian also collaborates with other French artists.
C'est l'assiette qu'on a fait avec Alex One. Il est venu ici. Et ensuite, donc, on a créé la forme. Cathy a fabriqué. Et chaque support a un dessin différent. Ça, c'est la cloche avec le bec. Parce que c'est un des personnages de ces tableaux, de son œuvre. À chaque fois, il y a un pingouin. Pour moi, ce qui est important, c'est une cuisine qui doit nourrir les 5 sens. La première chose que le client perçoit lorsque le plat arrive, c'est le visuel. Il faut que ça flatte l'œil, il faut que ça flatte l'esprit. Et quand on va ouvrir, on va avoir donc encore une deuxième fois la vue. On va sentir. Sentir, on va envie de goûter, on va goûter. Et quand on va goûter, vu qu'on joue également avec des textures, on va entendre en bouche la texture qui va résonner sur l'os de la mâchoire, et donc on va entendre ce que l'on mange. Ma cuisine, c'est une cuisine, comme je vous l'ai dit, qui est spontanée, qui est sincère. Je ne mélange pas dans l'assiette les choses, je les superpose. Le mélange se fera par la bouche. La bouche va broyer, libérer les saveurs, libérer l'énergie, libérer les émotions et les sensations. Et ensuite, ça va nourrir l'esprit, le cerveau. Tout ce que nous faisons, c'est vraiment dans une démarche de donner et de partager des émotions, des envies. Et pour moi, la cuisine, c'est le reflet de l'âme.
Ça veut dire que ce que l'on fait, ça touche les gens.
It is restaurant manager Cédric's job to make sure front-of-house service lives up to the chef's high ideals.
On insiste. The service is really, really delicate. And if you want to have the perfect service, it's necessary to arrive at the table in the same time. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Allez, on recommence.
All the various roles are very important and they work as a team. It's a bit like a football team, for example. You've got your defenders, you've got your midfield, you've got your attack, you've got the lone striker, and everybody has to play in position. Making sure that the whole experience for every single guest is second to none.
Non, là, ça va pas, c'est complètement désordonné. On recommence. Derrière, on recommence. Le 1, il se pose sur le 1. It's really important when you arrive in the large table to go all around the table. If you want to arrive to the perfection, make a lot of training. S'il vous plaît. Le premier, celui qui est là, il va là, d'accord? Il va servir 7 et 8. Celui qui suit, il va aller là, ici et ici, d'accord? Celui qui suit, il va aller ici et ici. Et celui qui est en queue de wagon, il prend le 1 et le 2. C'est logique. It's really important to have the respect for the guest. And when you arrive for the perfection, it's working all the day. It's like a ballet. I try, and if not correct, I retry. Allez, on la refait une fois. And if not correct, I retry. One more time, on y va. Each day, each day, each day, each day. Ok. Merci, messieurs. Allez, on se met en place. Bon service.
Each year, for 2 hot summer weeks, the French city of Cannes plays host to the cream of Hollywood, in town for the world-famous film festival. And for 30 years, many have come to dine here, at the 2 Michelin star restaurant named for the festival's top prize.
Pour nous, le Festival de Cannes, c'est un grand moment. Et nous avons la chance de recevoir le président du jury et le jury dans notre restaurant à la Palme d'Or.
Each year, the restaurant pulls out all the stops in preparation for a grand jury dinner. In recent years, Christian has dedicated the evening to the jury's president, cooking for some of the biggest names in the movie business.
Steven Spielberg, Nanni Moretti, Robert De Niro, Jean Campion, les frères Cohen.
Christian goes further, crafting dishes and plates that honor his illustrious guests.
Alors l'idée, elle est vraiment venue parce qu'on adorait Tim Burton. Et quand on a su que c'était Tim Burton le président du jury, on s'est dit c'est pas possible, il faut qu'on fasse des assiettes pour lui.
Nous avions fait l'arbre, un arbre en céramique qui représentait un petit peu Big Fish, Alice au pays des merveilles. Et nous avions fait également, Cathy avait réalisé le chapeau haute forme avec le dessert au chocolat dessus.
For Steven Spielberg, there was homage to Lincoln and, of course, Jaws.
Steven Spielberg, quand il a vu arriver tous ces cuisiniers avec la musique des Dents de la Mer, il s'est arrêté, il a ri et il a dit « It's crazy ».
What separates the excellent from the good is single-mindedness on the part of the chef, a desire just to do their own thing. Basically, you're in the hands of someone else's eccentricities. When I think of all the greatest restaurant experiences I've had in the world, it tends to be somebody doing something that you wouldn't expect to work.
Christian often tests out new dishes on restaurant manager Cédric and sommelier Dominique. It's a chance to discuss wine pairings and service.
It's really important for the team to appropriate the spirit of the chef.
Tout ce que nous voulons, c'est que pendant le temps que les personnes sont chez nous dans notre restaurant, qu'ils rentrent dans notre univers, cet univers de plaisir, de 5 sens, qui passent un moment de sérénité, d'émotion, de partage, de découverte.
Christian's culinary universe has evolved over many years.
Ça fait 29 ans que je suis dans ce métier. 29 ans que j'accepte de me remettre en question. Je suis un créatif, c'est comme ça. C'est une maladie, c'est pas une maladie, j'en sais rien. En tout cas, c'est un ressenti, c'est une drogue, c'est une addiction.
One thing's for sure, it's been a lifelong labor of love.
J'ai fait ce métier, c'est pour faire plaisir. L'essentiel pour moi, c'est toutes les personnes qui viennent nous voir, qui nous font confiance et qui nous font l'honneur de venir découvrir notre cuisine. Pour moi, c'est l'essentiel.
Appearances can be deceptive. On an ordinary day, in the affluent Chicago suburb of Lincoln Park, Behind this anonymous facade, something remarkable is happening. Forget signage, windows, and conventional menus. If you come to dine here, at Alinea, you should expect the unexpected. On the shores of Lake Michigan, waves of Greek, Italian, and Jewish immigrants have given Chicago a rich culinary heritage. In the heart of classic homespun American comfort food, Alinea aims to take guests out of their comfort zone.
What we try to create here is a dining experience that encompasses all of the senses and evokes emotion.
What Alinea offers is not just fine dining, but something altogether more radical and innovative.
We want to go beyond just the notion of food as nourishment and flavor.
The restaurant's radical approach has paid off. 3 Michelin stars, 4 years running, and a regular spot on the world's best restaurant lists. And a host of individual awards for chef and co-owner Grant Achatz.
We rip apart the restaurant experience and put it back together. There's that element of being like a child, right? You're exploring, the world is huge, and you have this curiosity that you get to kind of pick away at.
And what could be more childlike than balloons?
Balloons are happy. And it typically reminds you of when you're a kid, because they're very childlike. And so you have grown adults sitting at a table and they're handed a balloon. They immediately giggle or laugh. They inhale it, the helium, out of the balloon, and they talk like Mickey Mouse. And then there's more laughter, and then they eat a green apple taffy, which is also very childlike. That is a good example of how we try to interject emotion into this dining experience.
I think a growing number of young chefs, for the first time in history, they're thinking about what's going on in the mind of their diners, and that in order to deliver great experiences, they need to know not just about culinary techniques, but also about this science, the psychology of managing expectations.
They start by thinking about what would it be like to be my diner? And it comes down to that very emotional, it's not a technical skill, it's an emotional skill, to understand what it is that will give people pleasure.
It's about the philosophy, it's about the approach of making that 17-course menu, that 20-course menu, a different experience. And I think that's the word that needs to be emphasized, is the experience.
Grant finds inspiration in surprising places. Sometimes right under his feet. Literally, right under his feet.
We don't have the luxury of stepping out our front door and having a wooded area where we can forage mushrooms. We have concrete and we have graffiti. We said, you know what, why don't we embrace the urban environment? What can we do? And so we made our own concrete plates, and then we modeled the food to mimic the broken concrete. And then out of that concrete, always in the spring, you find that those little flowers or pieces of grass or weeds or whatever that'll peek their way through. And then at the very end, once it lands on the table, we have these paint cans that the front of the house will shake, and it makes that sound like spray paint makes, and they tag a graffiti of carrot paint onto the dish to finish it.
Chef Grant Achatz co-owns Alinea in Chicago and is well known for his progressive cuisine and novel presentation.
We got balloons that float around, we got aromas, we got mimicking concrete, rubble. We do all these things, but at the end of the day, it's food. Has to taste good. Has to be satisfying on a physiological level.
One of the defining things of all the greatest chefs using these techniques is what they're thinking about first and foremost is how does this deliver the flavor of the ingredient to the diner?
With a family background in catering, Grant seemed born to cook.
My mother and father owned a restaurant, going back to when I was 5 years old. My grandmother owned a restaurant before I was even born. So it's very much a family tradition. Going to the restaurant with my mother and father on a daily basis so they didn't have to get a babysitter. And just sort of grew up in that environment and came to realize that I really, really enjoyed it, really loved cooking.
After study at the prestigious Culinary Institute of America, work at the legendary French Laundry in San Francisco, and a thorough grounding in the classics followed. For Grant, cooking in America means a freedom to experiment.
Cuisines are undefinable to a certain degree, especially American cuisine, because our history only goes back so far. It's a melting pot of all the cultures in the world. So, the food here at the restaurant is progressive American. Just try to keep pushing boundaries. That's why we're here.
The restaurant's name means off the line. Its logo, a typographic symbol signifying a new passage or a new train of thought.
I don't think that it's what we do differently, it's how we put all of those things together to make the cohesive whole different.
Part of that difference is a new set of implements for diners to get to grips with.
Yeah, not really. The serviceware those are just tools, or like what we're looking at is the experience.
Martin's design challenge was to reimagine everyday tableware, although in his view, it's not yet entirely redundant.
I don't believe that the days of the white round plate are numbered. I think it has its place, and I, for one, don't want to eat off of a self-supporting skewer every time I go get a hot dog. But I think what's really valuable is expanding the toolbox and understanding dining experience as an experiential business, not as food business.
That challenge to guests' preconceptions starts even before they enter the dining room.
They've already come from the streets right here of Chicago, and what they've seen is a black door, nondescript building. They walk into a very disconcerting hallway. It's all these things that make them feel very ill at ease, and then they step through these stainless steel doors, and they're welcomed by one of our team members. You'll notice that it's relatively simple in its approach. No tablecloths, a simple napkin on the table. So we want them to be able to have a template or a place where this blank canvas, as it were, we're here on our tables and the chef can do whatever he wants to make the experience come to life off of that table.
Each night, the restaurant serves an 18-course tasting menu to 90 diners who've paid up to $275 a head in advance. There's no a la carte, and guests are only given the menu when the evening is over.
We want the experience to be somewhat of a surprise. It would be like the magician telling you how he did a trick and then performing it for you. There's no element of intrigue or surprise.
Chefs! Chef! Doors! Doors!
Grant's reinvention of the dining experience extends to how he runs his kitchen.
My 8 clan
One's gonna be a veg on the foretop, one vegan, one veg directly on deck.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Order in 4. Birthday.
When I was training, the chef would always expedite. And to me, it's a very misguided delegation of a skill set. The chef is ideally the most skilled cook in the kitchen. So why would he be moving paper all night long? Why wouldn't he be touching and tasting the food? It just doesn't make any sense to me. So I would rather have somebody dedicated to it, hyper-focused on it, making sure it's meticulous and exact, allowing me touching, tasting, plating the food. To me, that's what a chef should do.
Grant's refusal to be bound by convention extends into the dining room and onto the dining table.
As a chef, why am I beholden to the dimensions of a plate? You would go to a cathedral in Europe and you would see the scale of art on these ceilings. And I would go, I can only paint on this big of a canvas. And they get to paint on an entire wall. So come home and go, well, here's basically a giant plate. Why can't we use the entire tabletop as our plate? So make a tablecloth that you can put food on.
The world of the luxury restaurant, the high-end restaurant, the ambitious restaurant is globalized. And so everybody's competing with each other, and they're competing to be special, which means that we are going to see endless innovations like eating straight off the table or a different type of table.
It really does change the way you think about what you're eating. Your preconception of food having to come composed on a plate these days is an outdated notion when you're talking about the world of fine dining. And that's not necessarily going to, in and of itself, make the food better, but it will certainly help you think about the food in a different way.
You know, again, you have the element of performance art. You have the ability to interact directly with the people having the experience. So we came up with a sheet of silicone, and we were able to expand our scale beyond the plate to encompass the entire tabletop.
In the 10 years since it opened, Alinea has had the highest acclaim from diners and critics. But Grant is not content to rest on his laurels.
We have something that is working perfectly, or as close to perfectly as a restaurant can. And we're gonna throw it all away and start over. We're gonna rip apart, literally, physically rip apart the existing restaurant and rebuild it, remodel it, change the food experience, everything about it. We're gonna just blow it up and put it back together. I think that embodies kind of the spirit of what the restaurant's been, and the people that work here is risk takers.
This is London. Its myriad of restaurants offer menus and cuisines from all around the world. And there's no menu more exclusive and possibly less British than in the heart of Mayfair. The prestigious Connaught Hotel is home to a restaurant renowned for fine food. It has 2 Michelin stars. And like the hotel, exemplary service. The hotel and its dining room couldn't be more English. Its food offering, however, couldn't be more French. Welcome to Hélène Darroze at the Connaught.
Okay, just away, guys. 23 with 1 foie gras and 1 calamari.
Yes.
When French chef Hélène took over the restaurant in 2008, it was as custodian of a national treasure.
When I say I'm the chef at the Connaught to the taxi driver, for example, I can see a lot of wow, emotion, respect, etc. So that's at this point when I realize what the Connaught is for London and for the UK. Every day when I come to work, it's a pleasure. I love that. So I'm very lucky, in fact.
And hotels and restaurants go hand in hand. When you get to eat at one of these extraordinary restaurants nestled in a hotel, whether it's in a big city or out in the countryside, you get to see so many aspects of the philosophy of that hotel or restaurant. They are both the incarnation of hospitality.
My way of cooking speaks about me, of course, about my experience, about my travels, about my education, my family, my southwest of France, and all the experience that I could have. So it's completely autobiographical, yeah, of course.
Hélène divides her time between London and Paris. In 2015, she was named World's Best Female Chef by Restaurant Magazine, one of the most coveted awards in the business.
When they gave me a call, that was something just incredible. Of course, it's an honor. I hope it's always a hope for a lot of women chefs, because it's not so easy to be a woman in a kitchen. There are not so many women at this level. So I hope that could create some passion and some careers.
To be working with the best female chef of the world, that was an amazing award. The website went down completely as soon as the award went out. The reservations were going completely crazy.
Over 7 years at the Connaught, Hélène has finessed her menu for a modern, luxurious take on her native cuisine.
Food now is something very, very important in life. People like cooking, they know about the product, they go to the market, etc. more and more. So yes, in 7 years, a lot of change happened. And of course, the people we have here in the restaurant, they are here because they want to learn, they want to see something different, they want to have pleasure with food, with wines, and they want to have an experience. I'm really focused on the product. I want to choose the best. I want to cook the best. We are completely dependent of the season. We work around that. I have amazing guys around me. Alex, Marco, they give me a lot and I give them a lot, of course, but I learn from them also, and together we build something. There are a few different ways of cooking, I think, and mine is really, really, really inside me, coming from me. I was not in a culinary school, so I have a lot of lack in technique. I have an idea, I have an emotion, I put it on a paper, I discuss it with my chef after, and then we do the testing.
The restaurant caters for up to 100 covers a day and has a unique method of engaging guests with the kitchen's ever-changing roster of seasonal ingredients.
I wanted to find an original way, something different to present the menu, to present this list of ingredients.
And that different way? Solitaire.
We worked with a designer, we put all our ideas on the table, and at the end, the solitaire came up.
Here you have on each marble a name of a product. So Hélène will create a dish around that product. You need to choose 5, 7 or 9 of them by leaving in the middle the one that you would like to try, and you remove the one that you don't want to try. You have the tablet on the side, which is going to give you more details about each of them with main product, supplier and few ingredients that compose the dish.
The menu is the interface between the kitchen and the diner. The best menus are both enticing without revealing everything. You need to keep a bit of mystery back. But also there needs to be enough there to make you feel that this is something you're interested in. It's a balancing act.
At the beginning, people, they were like putting them in the pockets or licking the bowl, say, oh, it doesn't taste oyster. Still, customers are having fun with it.
We have straight away a nice feeling with the guests. We can talk with them a lot to make them feel comfortable. And that's what Hélène wanted really to do, to make it unusual. You can't see that in other restaurants.
Up to 45 staff work each shift. For customer service at this level, the devil is in the detail.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Tonight we have 28 covers. We start at 6.
We have briefings with the food description. For us, it's very important to give this information to the customer.
So it's a way of, enhancing the flavor of a meat, a fish, or even a vegetable.
Everybody can put a plate on the table in front of a customer. Everybody can do that. But to be talking about this special ham from Pierre Matteron or this special line-caught fish, just fish this morning from Saint-Jean-de-Luz, why do we have that on the menu? Because it's a very special product and we want you to enjoy that.
Why do you use espelette pepper instead of using black pepper?
We test each other. We test each other. For example, for the briefing, we do some question, like little quiz about products, about as well the history of the hotel.
So the espelette pepper is a pepper that grows only in the Basque Country in 10 villages.
I want all the guys here in the dining room to be able to speak about the dishes, to tell a story. And to be nice, we don't want to be too strict. We want to create a relation with the guest.
That we are cooking.
To achieve excellence is hard. There is no way that one day we're going to achieve that and stay there. You have to have the passion every day. Service has to be unintrusive. Service has to be friendly, but not crossing any lines.
Any questions? No. Ready to start? Service? Yes. Perfect.
We all have our personality and the guests, they can feel it. We are all different and that's why it's very special. All the details, the little thing, the way you put a cutlery on the table, the way you talk to a guest, everything can make the difference, but of course it has to be high all the time.
We try to be, of course, very professional, but being very friendly and close to the customers. And I always told to my team that you just need to serve the customers how you would like to be served. It's much nicer to have an extra smile. The taste will taste much better, for sure.
The secret to a great restaurant is a combination of things. It's the atmosphere, it's the design, it's the staff, it's the service, the hospitality, the food. And it's this collaborative process. It's got to make sense, it's got to gel together. But at the end of the day, the guests have to like it. And if the guests like it, then you're on to a winner.
As well as being seasoned with a smile, the constituent parts of Hélène's ever-changing menu are showcased for all to see.
It's beautiful because it's colorful and we are using all the time this display. The customers, they love to, oh, I don't know what is espelette pepper. So you can see straight away the waiter going, oh, that is the one. Oh, really, that is the one. You have all the products that we have à la carte. So, of course, the menu is changing constantly depending on the season, depending on what is available.
Everything is served with exacting precision, including noix de Bigorre ham, hand-cranked, tableside.
We bring meat slicer to the table, and it's like a show, and already you've got a visual impact with the machine, and the ham is really interactive with the guests. They love that. So we slice 2 slices like that, and we pull it on the side of our test too like that, and we serve it.
Service-wise, we always like to do, something on the table, something special, something that someone else doesn't do. And this machine is beautiful. We want to, of course, to show it to the customer, to have this movement, like a little ballet. The machine is there, now it's gonna go there.
A few questions about it, where it's coming from, when it's been built, and how it's working. Then people are more interested about the ham. It's a special ham because it's not a big goat. It's fed randomly, so in the forest with the acorn. So you've got the sweet taste of the acorn in the meat.
Hélène's culinary roots include a family distillery, now operated by her brother, which produces a potent brandy with a distinctive flavour.
We have an amazing Armagnac trolley with different vintages. The oldest one is 1918. The Armagnac trolley goes after, at the end of the meal, you know, would you like to have an Armagnac to finish the meal? Because it's what they do in the family of Hélène. You finish a meal, Armagnac, for sure.
So here what we have is all the collection of the Armagnac of my brother. They are all vintage Armagnac, and they are very special, of course, in my heart because they are from the family. When you have a nice meal, you have to finish with an Armagnac. So that's the tradition, that's our culture. There are not a lot of restaurants where you can find this kind of selection with all this vintage. It's something very special from here.
A bespoke menu, authentic flavours, and luxurious surroundings. A very English restaurant led by the most French of chefs.
I put everything on the table when I cook. That's a part of myself. I want the diners to remember what they have in the plate, the taste, etc. That's really important. The best compliment is when they come back. Some of them, they will perhaps only come once in their life in this kind of restaurant. So we have to be at the level of their expectation. We have to surprise them. We have to deliver something that they will ever remember. During these last 7 years, I was myself here. I'm completely part of the building of the hotel, of the story of the Connaught. It's like a wedding, and I hope it will never stop.
In Catalonia, northeast Spain, less than 100 miles from Barcelona, are the cobbled streets of the ancient city of Girona, peppered with grand churches and medieval squares. But in the city's sleepy suburbs, hidden behind fortress-like walls, is the unlikely location for a modernist food revolution.
Ellos dicen, los hermanos Roca dicen que yo soy el alquimista, porque, bueno, de mí esperan que transforme el plomo en oro.
Twice voted the best restaurant in the world,
Estamos llenos hasta ahora 11 meses vista.
this is El Cellar de Can Roca.
No, I'm afraid the restaurant is fully booked in the next 11 months.
No, I'm sorry. We're booked up. We have nothing available now. I'm so sorry.
Luxury restaurants, high-end restaurants, are like any part of fashion. They're made desirable by the more people who desire them. I actually think the business of booking in advance is part of it. The anticipation is part of the experience of the meal. Ultimately, this can mean that you put your name on a waiting list.
No, em sap greu, el restaurant és ple durant els propers 11 mesos.
As soon as there's an opening, we will contact you. Thank you so much for the call. Have a nice day.
Going to any of these restaurants is often a once-in-a-lifetime experience, not only for people who have enough money to pay for it, but to be the select few who can actually get a reservation. Once you're in, to be one of those select few who have that opportunity is sort of winning already.
This most sought-after restaurant is owned and run by 3 brothers, born and bred in Girona. The eldest, Joan, takes care of the kitchen. Middle brother Josep is wine guru and front of house, whilst Jordi, the youngest of the 3, works his magic in the pastry section.
Nos entendemos muy bien en el tipo de restaurante que queremos tener y que es un restaurante comprometido con la creatividad, pero quizá, y más importante, que cada uno de los 3 hemos tenido nuestro propio protagonismo y también nuestros reconocimientos individuales.
The Roca brothers share the highest culinary ambitions.
Nos gusta cambiar cosas y no estar contentos nunca con lo que hacemos, sino intentar mejorar, y probablemente esto es lo que nos ha llevado hasta este punto.
Their careers began just down the road, in the family bar restaurant.
Joan con 9 años empieza a trabajar, yo con 12 empiezo a ponerme en la barra. Nuestra madre ha sido probablemente el eje conductor de esa complicidad fraternal.
Lo aprendimos de nuestros padres. Nuestros padres eran felices haciendo esto. Pensemos que podíamos dedicarnos también a esto y eso es lo que hicimos.
The brothers first opened the restaurant in 1986, right next to their parents' bar. In those days, there was no problem getting a table.
Cuando iniciamos no venía nadie, era como hacer la ruta del salmón.
Entonces lo primero que hacíamos era eso, era reproducir cocina catalana, una mezcla de cocina académica de la escuela y cocina francesa de la Nouvelle Cuisine de aquella época. Esos fueron nuestros inicios. Poco a poco fuimos imponiendo nuestra propia personalidad y también esa cocina evidentemente ha ido evolucionando. Hemos avanzado y hemos aportado y hemos utilizado la técnica para cambiar y mejorar algunas opciones.
8 years ago, the brothers relocated. Cella de Can Roca is less than 300 meters away from their parents' bar, but couldn't be more different.
Aquí tenemos la entrada, la salida de los platos y por aquí pasamos con los platos hacia el comedor, que es un comedor en el que nos encontramos absolutamente confortables. Es un espacio que es como un bosque, en el que además tenemos la suerte de pasar como con pasillos y en el que tenemos todas las mesas mirando a este bosque, ¿no? Intentábamos buscar ese diálogo con la naturaleza, ese elemento con los orgánicos, las maderas. Sientes la madera cuando estás comiendo. Bien, nosotros tenemos una sensación de que esto es nuestra casa y nunca ha estado el restaurante sin uno de los hermanos como mínimo, ¿no? Nos gusta estar 2 hermanos como mínimo en casa y uno que viaje.
Today, Jordi is away, but even when one brother is physically absent, all 3 are here in spirit.
Hay 3 rocas de distintos tamaños intentando mostrar el mayor, el mediano y el pequeño. Jordi, yo y Joan.
This gastronomic mecca has its roots in the traditional Catalan cooking the boys grew up with.
La comida significa para mí una forma de expresar. Creo que la gastronomía es un lenguaje, ¿no? Y los cocineros tenemos la suerte de poder usar ese oficio como una forma de contar historias, de contar emociones. También la cocina es una forma de dar a conocer un territorio, de dar a conocer una cultura gastronómica.
This culinary storytelling extends to every aspect of the restaurant.
Encontrar complicidad con diseñadores, con artistas, con ceramistas para conseguir platos especiales. Entonces hablamos con un artista que pudiera desarrollar un soporte que simularan unas algas marinas para poder colocar encima unas tapas que son unas cucharas al mismo tiempo para que el cliente pueda degustar de un solo bocado el sabor del mar, ¿no? De formas muy diversas, ¿no?
Desarrollar un plato no es nada fácil. De hecho, cada vez es más complicado porque somos más exigentes, porque hay más referentes y porque es más difícil cada vez ser originales, ¿no? Con lo cual es difícil. Con lo cual un plato puede tener un proceso de un mes, de 6 meses o hasta de un año a veces, ¿no? Pero sin perder nunca de vista el sabor.
3 Michelin star El Cella de Can Roca in Spain is run by 3 brothers, with eldest Joan running the kitchen. To develop the menu, he has embraced cutting-edge techniques alongside traditional methods.
La cocina es ciencia, ¿no? Cada vez que transformamos un producto, estamos aplicando de alguna manera un proceso científico, físico-químico, ¿no? Nos sirve buscar otras formas de tratar el producto, otras formas de cocinar.
To help realize their culinary ambition, the brothers employ a scientist. They call him the alchemist.
Por un lado, lo que hacemos es extraer y concentrar los aromas, ¿de acuerdo?, de cualquier tipo de recurso, tanto vegetal como animal. Esto es un equipo de extracción de aceites esenciales, ¿no? Y lo diseñamos, ¿no? Es casi un equipo de laboratorio y lo diseñamos un poquito. El olfato está, ¿no?, internamente conectado con la memoria, ¿no?, emotiva. Creemos que a través de los aromas podemos llegar a emocionar el comensal de una forma.
In this kitchen, diners' emotions are stirred by materials not traditionally associated with food.
Esto, por ejemplo, es un extracto de lana y lo interesante de la lana es que en este sentido mucho del queso de cabra o de oveja que nosotros comemos, pues en parte huele a esa lana. Pero también estamos trabajando con líquenes, con madera, ¿de acuerdo? Hemos hecho las primeras pruebas con cuero, pero de todas las cosas con las que hemos trabajado, te diré que lo más raro es el ámbar gris. Y el ámbar gris es una especie de vómito, ¿de acuerdo?, de los cachalotes. Joan y Jordi, yo creo que van a utilizar este trabajo como un condimento y si no un ingrediente. Es decir, el aroma pasa a ser un elemento protagónico, ¿no?, protagonista del plato. Entonces, posibilidades infinitas.
There's been a whole shift from science and food being scary together to science and food being very interesting or exciting together. I'm seeing a whole new generation of chefs who are thinking about the mind of their diner, the science of the diner, and what sort of expectations they might have. They can combine that sort of science of the diner, the gastrophysics, with their culinary skills, and together bring about something that's kind of amazing, memorable, more stimulating than ever before.
When the alchemy is right, the results are celebrated.
Cuando conseguimos hacer un plato nuevo y realmente nos gusta, y a los 3 nos gusta, que esto es lo que realmente es la prueba de fuego de un plato, que los 3 digamos, ok, está bien, es una sensación, no sé, me imagino como cuando Messi marca un gol, ¿no? La sensación de euforia, ¿no? Por fin, lo conseguimos, ¿no? Porque no es fácil. Yo creo que el oficio de cocinero es una forma de vivir. Y es por eso que estamos aquí 15 o 14 o 16 horas cada día, ¿no?
Josep is as fervent as his brother about his domain, the wine cellar.
Bien, este es mi paraíso, es mi espacio. Aquí hay el lugar donde paso muchas horas. Tenemos unas más de 50.000 botellas, 3.360 referencias distintas. 45% de España y la otra es parte del mundo. Los vinos se beben, se huelen, se escuchan, pero también se pueden sentir. La cocina es un paisaje en la cazuela, el vino también es un paisaje en una copa. En todo caso, aquí esto va como hermanos.
These brothers are clearly doing something right, For 6 years, they have held the highest Michelin accolade, 3 stars. This culinary pinnacle brings its own pressure.
Cuando llegas a 3, no hay otra estrella. Lo único que puede pasar es que pierdas. Que pierdas una, ¿no? Y que te quedes con 2 o que bajes de esas listas, ¿no? Con lo cual hay que tomar distancia de esto, hay que seguir trabajando al máximo nivel, evidentemente, porque esto es nuestra vocación, esto está en nuestro ADN. Nuestro ADN es inconformista, es competitivo.
The restaurant has 2 multi-course menus.
O te comes la historia con nuestro menú de clásicos, con platos desde el año 90 o de los 80, o lo que estamos haciendo hoy, que vivimos con el menú festival, la gastronomía del 2015. Pues estamos del 160 el de clásicos y 190 el festival. Bien, probablemente nuestro menú vale dinero, pero no es caro. Porque detrás hay 75 personas para 55 comensales, hay una materia prima que llega a más del 45% en este caso del precio.
For the 30,000 diners each year lucky enough to get a table, the high tariff is a small price to pay for modernist cuisine deemed the best in the world.
Los 3 hermanos son unos soñadores, apasionados, pero de entrada el planteamiento es no existe nada imposible si lo sueñas grande.
El secreto del éxito del Steak en Roca es el trabajo. Es el trabajo, el trabajo, el trabajo. Y también, en nuestro caso, la buena relación entre nosotros 3.
Estamos viendo aquí, cumplimos un sueño, una obsesión que ahora es realidad.
Yo creo que estamos en un camino bonito, un camino maravilloso que nos ha hecho mejorar cosas, pero no somos perfectos ni mucho menos, todavía queda mucho camino por recorrer.
When you think of the Michelin Guide, Japan might not spring to mind. Yet its restaurants together have more stars than in any other country. Lake Toya is over 600 miles and a world away from Tokyo. Here is a rural community in the shadow of active volcanoes. This is a place full of surprises. For on a hill, towering over the tractors, is a hotel like a fortress from Star Wars. The Windsor is a 5-star golf resort and spa. This vast hotel boasts no less than 3 Michelin-starred restaurants. One of them, the quintessentially French, Michel Bras Toya. In 2012, Michel Bras Toya was awarded 3 Michelin stars. One of the criteria for the Guide's highest award is that a restaurant warrants a special trip.
It's a huge hotel in the middle of nowhere, in the countryside. So guests have to plan their journey to come here. Some of them come from Tokyo, so they have to take a flight. You have to take 2 hours train. It's a long journey.
The restaurant is not a place diners might arrive at by accident. Though when they do, the panorama alone makes the journey worthwhile.
All the tables face the lake, so they have one of the most beautiful views in the world. We don't need to have any picture on the wall. And the nature talks by itself.
The view does play a huge role in the meal and is very exciting. It's not necessarily going to make the food better, but if you're sitting somewhere for several hours and it's beautiful, it definitely gives you a wonderful experience.
Cédric Bourassin heads up the kitchen for Michel Brasse, a world-renowned chef whose original restaurant is in Laguiole in France.
Michel Brasse, for me, is a genius. He's very famous because he's using a lot of vegetables. The cooking style is a bit lighter.
Michel was invited to bring his brand of classic French cooking to this remote part of Japan in 2002.
Japanese people are interested with Michel cooking because I think Michel Brasse corresponds to their culture a bit. I mean, Michel is someone humble, simple, quiet. And when you see Japanese people in the street, they are like this as well. They are not showing off. I think it's a good match between Japan and Michel Brasse.
Whether here or in France, where Michel's first restaurant opened 23 years ago, his hallmark is local produce.
This restaurant is a French fine dining. My goal here is to reproduce the cooking style of France with the local ingredients.
Michel Brasse Toya is a sophisticated French restaurant in rural Japan. The ingredients for this fine French cuisine are sourced locally in Hokkaido, Japan's farming capital. For chef Cédric Bourassin, localism is key.
They are very good producer in Hokkaido.
We have few ingredients from France, like foie gras. There is no foie gras in Japan. But it doesn't make sense for us to bring a fish from France. Here, you get the fresh fish every morning. So, and in Japan, the quality of fish, meats, vegetables are amazing. So I would like to say 80% of our ingredients are coming from Japan. And for me, it's very important.
A key feature of the food offering here is something no self-respecting French restaurant could ever do without, whatever country it is in.
Giving the bread at the beginning of the meal is French. For French people, it's so important. So we make for each table some bread and we put actually the name of the guest on it. And they do appreciate that. And we have to take the picture with their mobile phone and to just put it on Facebook or straight away today, look, I'm in Michel Brasse to a Japan restaurant and look what they did for us, the bread with my name. And when a guest wait a month to get his table to have a dinner, is expecting something special. And I think it starts with that kind of things.
These special touches are not unique to Michel Brasse Toya. All are meticulously modelled on his original restaurant in the village of Laguiole in France.
They have to have the same style, it's the same name, same cuisine, and why not the same service or the same standard of mise en place? I'm in charge of this place to keep the same quality, Laguiole, Toya, and same way to work.
From the hanging chainmail curtain to the running water, and from the tablecloths
Michel didn't want it to have a cloth who goes right to the floor. You can see that looks a bit more modern than the French classic fine dining restaurant.
To the cutlery.
So his idea wanted first to put all in one side to make it his own style. And of course, after he designed the table rest and he put just 3 cutlery, just 1 knife, 1 fork, and 1 spoon. And even on the table rest, you can see, precise, nice, and I would say simple as well.
The dressing of a table is a matter of subtlety. Where it's simply done to give you a rather elegant, clear space in which to enjoy your food, and it's done with taste and it's done with a clear vision of what you're trying to do, it's a lovely thing.
This warm starter, gargouilles of young vegetables, is Michel Bras's most famous dish. It has been a favourite for nearly 40 years.
Definitely, this is our signature dish.
Des légumes, mon cher, le secret de la longévité. Des légumes.
All the vegetables cooked separately in a different way, cut in a different way as well.
This isn't just any old salad. It takes a team of up to 6 people 2 hours to put this one dish on a diner's table.
ガルグイユは、野菜とハーブ、こちらでやってるハーブも含めて全部で100種類ぐらいですね。全て北海道とあと地元のそういう農家さんに作っていただいた野菜を使ってます。
As a gargouille, it's a beautiful dish because it changes every day, depending to the market, from the seasons, and according as well to the maturity of the vegetable. So aromatic herbs are not the same every day. Flowers are changing, so you can come Monday to Sunday, you will eat something different. Each vegetable are cut in a special way. Same for the aromatic herbs. You know, for lovage, if you cut a too big piece of lovage, it's going to be a bit aggressive when you bite it. So you need to be gentle. Every bite is unique. You never eat twice the same vegetable. That makes this dish magic.
It's magic many try to emulate.
Michel Bras is well known all over the world from this dish. So it's like a brand. And a lot of people copy this dish all over the world.
It's very hard to come up with a truly original dish. Prior to the 1980s, chefs didn't come up with original dishes. Then with the introduction of Nouvelle Cuisine, it became about creating your own dishes. And that's where the battleground now lies. Can you create a truly unique dish which is not derivative of somebody else's?
We try to give a bit of emotion to the guest and to reproduce the soul of France.
Enjoying the soul of France through the 8-course tasting menu costs around $250. It's a similar price in the Mother restaurant in France. Though here in Japan, 6,000 miles away, there are some cultural differences.
If you compare France to Japan, the portion in Japan are smaller. We have to be gentle with salt as well, because in Europe we eat a lot with salt, but in Japan not. It's keeping us under pressure and improving ourselves every day.
Japanese people eat earlier than French people, so which means that we open at dinner time at 6 o'clock, which is not even possible in Europe.
The thing is amazing in Japan, people, they respect the time of booking. That means when they say I arrive at 6 p.m., they are here at 6:00, you know, and when they were at 6:30, they are here at 6:30. So it's very, very good for us.
知識という意味で言いますと、私たちのお店に来るようなお客様は西洋の方と今はそれほど変わらないように思っています。詳しい方もたくさんいらっしゃいますし、ただですね、傾向としましては日本人の方はあんまり風味の強いものよりは繊細なものを料理と合わせるのが好きなように感じておりますし。
Over half the restaurant's guests are from Japan. The rest come from all over the globe. Gastro-tourists who will travel the world for a gastronomic treat.
2 weeks ago, we had a couple come from Bangkok, and they just make a reservation just to come at Michel Bras restaurant. In fact, they come in Japan not for Japan, they come in Japan for us. So we are very happy.
In 2008, the restaurant hosted a different kind of diner when the world's political leaders assembled in Toya for the 34th G8 summit.
Michel came especially to create a special menu for these top leaders of the world and to try to show the Bras philosophy and the spirit of the restaurant.
師匠たちにはサービスすることはございませんでしたが、ファーストレディーの方々には接客をさせていただきました。ですね、自分が生まれ育った北海道という土地でサミットが行われたことは非常に光栄で、ハッピーなことでしたし、そしてG8 の方々ですね、大きい国アメリカや、そして日本の首相もそうですし、イギリスの大統領なども来ていただいたのは非常に覚えております。
Another Michel Bras signature dish is the coulon, a biscuit-like cake with a liquid filling. Desserts here are about indulgence and fun.
At the end of the meal, we bring a trolley with cones, and it's very playful.
So impressive for the guests. I mean, when you bring that big trolley to the room, the people are, wow, look at that. And they just, next table, they say, oh, I hope I'm gonna have it. You can hear it sometimes, you're serving the guests with the mousse, sorbet, and ice cream, and they're like, oh, I hope I'm gonna have it. So sometimes I go through the table and say, I'm sorry, no, it's not part of your menu. And they're like, oh, I say, no, of course it's for everybody. So I try to make people happy and laughing.
There is always and forever an element of performance to a manager's job and to a restaurant performance in order to deliver this amazing experience, this amazing and memorable experience that the guest is looking for all the time.
We're not going on that way to be the best, to be like the best restaurant in the world or no. It's not our spirit. What we just do is make sure that every day we're good on what we do, with a smile, of course, and that's it.
If you are not passionate, you cannot do this job, definitely. It's much more than a job. In fact, it's an honor. It's really a pleasure to work in Japan. I'm very lucky.
Las Vegas, billed as the entertainment capital of the world. Famous for its lights, shows, and gambling. With many of the world's largest hotels on this 4-mile strip, nothing here is understated. Sin City has been the playground for the rich and famous for well over half a century. Many big stars have performed here, from Sinatra to Celine Dion, and Prince to Penn and Teller. This is not a place traditionally associated with high-end cuisine, but one culinary heavyweight is changing that.
Good evening. Welcome to Joe Restaurant.
Nestled among the slot machines in the MGM Grand Hotel and Casino is a restaurant that has held the maximum 5 diamonds from AAA since 2006 and has been awarded 3 Michelin stars. This is Joël Robuchon.
In this particular restaurant, what I think we do the best is no compromise.
There's certainly an opulent luxury to it.
My mission here is to make the guest happy when they leave a restaurant.
French chef Joël Robuchon has 18 restaurants in 9 countries, between them bearing 27 Michelin stars.
Chef Robuchon has been named by Gourmillot the chef of the century, which is absolutely amazing. He has obviously the most Michelin stars in the world, and I think in the history of Michelin.
Mr. Robuchon, for me, is the king of the cuisine. You know, he's always looking for something new, for something better. He's never finished with it.
With so many restaurants bearing his name, Joël Robuchon has to choose carefully who leads his teams. At the helm here in Las Vegas is executive chef Claude Le Toic.
Ça marche, 3 couverts. 1-2, 1-1, 1-4 courses.
The philosophy of the restaurant is like conviviality. You know, we want to make people feeling good in the restaurant with good ambience.
On va chez 5 quinoa, so, hein?
That's very important. Good ambience. Let's make your experience even better. But one thing is we stay French. You know, it's a French style.
This restaurant opened in Vegas in 2006, offering high rollers a luxurious refuge from the brashness of the Strip.
When you're coming into this restaurant, we try and take you away from the casino. We try and take you away from the gambling, the music. It's really a different atmosphere here. The main goal for us is when you step into this restaurant, that you transport into not only a different place, but a different time.
I do think decor, if it's beautiful, makes the dining experience that much more wonderful, that much more exciting.
The main focal point of the room will be our chandelier, which is Swarovski handmade crystal, and it was actually designed for this room specifically once we had the dimensions of the room. So really a unique piece. In the center of the room, a nice divider with a banquette on either side, which really separates the interior of the main dining room, offset by a small fireplace, which really adds warmth, which is obviously always needed in a desert. So we have this, it's really a nice touch. You'll notice the color scheme currently is black and between yellow and a very light green. Just past me, you'll find our indoor terrace, live plant wall. All of the plants therein are actually alive, so it really is wonderful atmosphere for people to step into. Again, completely a step away from a desert and a casino. None of these plants would survive long at all in the climate outdoors. The way this place was decorated, it was really created to feel like a 1920s Parisian-style mansion. And for us, if time can stop when you walk through the doors, then I think that we've done a good job. From the moment you're seated, you're ours. This restaurant has a traditional essence to it. It does embody the belief and the culture of traditional French cuisine. But at the same time, we have Chef Robuchon, who really enjoys taking what's been traditional and really infusing it with a modern approach, a very new cuisine, which he continues to develop.
The man dubbed the godfather of modern cuisine has created a 17-course tasting menu, some courses delivered together, tapas style.
It's very modern cuisine, mixed with traditional. We want to be focused on the flavor. After that, we go on the presentation, looking good. We provide something very unique, exceptional.
Perfection itself is unattainable, but we can continue to strive for that. And I think that that's really the attitude that Chef Robuchon embodies and the attitude that he's given to all of his chefs as well as all of us.
Get more space, get more volume.
Top-class food requires top-class ingredients. Each delivery is minutely inspected.
It's all about the detail. Our first job is to make sure that each ingredient will reach the kitchen are perfect. If they're not, we send it back. At this level of the cuisine, it's the detail who make the difference between something good and something very good, exceptional. You have to look about all the detail. If you understand that, you get a good chance to be a good chef.
This fanatical attention to detail results in one of the most expensive menus in North America.
The main menu of the restaurant is our menu dégustation, which is really the highlight. I mean, this is the menu that attracts people from across the world to come to this restaurant and dine. And that menu itself is currently at $445 per person. We also have a few smaller options, a few prix fixe menus, which range from 2 to 6 courses. And those allow guests to customize the menu based on their own appetite, first and foremost, but then also based on their palate, what they'd like to enjoy. We want people to be able to come and enjoy this type of experience, regardless of whether they're millionaires or not.
Amazingly, the man with 27 Michelin stars to his name has turned the humble potato into one of his signature dishes. Mash. With lots of butter. A dish Joël developed in his first restaurant in Paris in the 1980s. This pomme puree has since become a must-have in all his restaurants.
I always hear this comment, you know, we will love mashed potatoes. I don't want dessert, I just want mashed potatoes at dessert.
The restaurant's luxurious mash can be washed down by the offerings of an even more lavish wine list.
Wine pairings that we offer with our menus, especially for our degustation tasting menu, we offer 3 different tier options. We have it in price tiers of $295, $595, and then what we call Grand Cru tier at $995 per person.
You have to think of this in terms of buying memories. I have friends who will happily spend £500 to go and see their team lose at the rugby in Paris, for example, and all they'll get is a memory of bitter resentment. If you spend that sort of money in a restaurant, you at least get a good meal as well. And what you are buying is the memory of an experience, a moment of pure indulgence.
The rarest wine on our wine list will be the Chateau Cheval Blanc 1947. And the price for this would be just shy of $30,000 US. There is a difference between a $25 wine and a $25,000 wine. It is in the flavors, in the quality, maybe in the story behind it, and the overall rarity. It's like a sports car. You know, you can get to your destination with any car, but do you want to go there in style?
The restaurant's well-heeled guests get service that is attentive and meticulous.
So you can just slice the outside, and then you can literally go on. With regard to the style of service, I think the style is extremely always right side up. That way the guest can see the skin. Detailed. If you finish that cut, then the front cut will be extremely simple. We will be very hands-on, and we will have carving stations set up tableside to allow and invite our guests into the actual visual stimulation of a restaurant of this caliber. So here we serve fingerling potatoes.
Gueridon service is when you wheel a trolley next to a table, and it's about bringing the dishes to life to the guest. But there's one thing, it's not about selling, it's about sharing. It's about sharing what you have, and it's about sharing it with art and with kindness. And it's making sure that people trust you when you explain the dish, so that if you say it's good, the guest knows it's good and they can trust you.
The food is what people write about. The service is what people remember. And if we can marry excellent food with excellent service, then we have really hit on what we are attempting to do. Here we step to 3 of our trolleys, which are really the guéridon for which we're really known. The first of which is our butter trolley. We have our butter, which is hand-churned, comes from Brittany, France, and we'll actually curl this off tableside for each of the guests, finish it with a little fleur de sel. And some would say that the following trolley is of even more importance than the butter. Here we have our bread trolley, all made by our own Robuchon baker, who we brought in from France specially for this. Everything from mini croissants to bacon bread. Following that, the next one, this is our mignardise trolley. Mignardises are a selection of small bites, essentially, and for the most part, it's a sweet dish. Being in Las Vegas, we definitely have to really make a spectacle of everything that we do have to present.
Entertainment is ultimately what Las Vegas is about, and if we can fulfill that premium end, that is our part of the role to play.
People who want to come here is because they want something exceptional. They want to remember. They don't want to have a dinner. They want to have a dinner plus. We always make sure when they leave the restaurant, they say, wow. Not saying, it was good, thank you. No, it says, wow, it's something, you know, special. That's what we want.
Once you've already finished your meal and you think you're stuffed, we'll give you just a little bit more.
You can't get much more Italian than Modena in northern Italy. It's the birthplace of Pavarotti, home to balsamic vinegar, tortellini pasta, and also some of the most famous supercars in the world. The city is nestled in the Emilia-Romagna region, famous for its culinary tradition. But in the tiny back streets of the old town is a 3 Michelin-starred restaurant that is challenging the way Nonna used to cook.
If you are passionate about something, you can transfer the emotion because you can feel it, you live it.
With as much oomph and style as a supercar. This is Osteria Francescana.
I think the food we create is like an edible compression of passion.
Massimo is a very gentle dictator.
The secret is keep a little space open for poetry.
My perfect dining experience, I just want it to be unique. I want it to give me something to think about. I want it to be delicious and soulful and thoughtful, beautiful, creative, something that shows me a side of food I've never seen before.
Chef Massimo Bottura was raised on the traditional regional dishes that were cooked in his family kitchen.
You see, little pasta filled with pork and veal. So this is the dish that I grew up with.
But in the small 12-table restaurant he runs with his American wife, Lara, old conventions are lovingly reinvented.
Massimo has been obsessed with this idea of tradition and evolution, and Italy is one of those cultures that has combinations of flavors and recipes that get passed down from generation to generation. But you, as a contemporary chef, have a choice. I mean, you're not your grandmother anymore. You are yourself, and you have your own cultural baggage.
It's not just about good food. If you want good food, you could go to my mom's place. She was an excellent cook, and she was cooking beautiful food. But the experience in Osteria is a different experience. When you have a big tradition, you feel comfortable in nostalgia. But if you look at the critic way and you ask yourself questions like, why do I have to boil the meat into the water? You know, because tradition told me that. You know, it's opening doors in which I can walk in and see things from a different point of view.
Massimo's different culinary point of view can be enjoyed à la carte or from a choice of 2 tasting menus. At 170 euros, Tradition in Evolution is a modern twist on regional fare. The Sensations menu, 195 euros, is more experimental. By looking afresh at traditional methods and recipes, Massimo celebrates them.
There's a new recipe on the menu called riso and polenta in praise of pizza.
This dish combines risotto and polenta from northern Italy with pizza and tomatoes from the south. In a country with distinctive regional cuisine, Massimo is challenging perception and history.
As fun and ironic as the plate is, and as beautiful and flavorful it is, there's also some deep thought going on there. And I think Massimo's really asking you to put your preconceptions of the Italian kitchen aside and look at it from another point of view.
It's like a surfer that is on the wave. You know, I feel like that, you know? I never look at my past. I know where is my past. It's there. It's back there. And I know where I come from. Exactly. But my mind is always on. It's always the next, and the next, and the next.
It is taking things that people think they know and love and don't want to change, and changing them.
It is change that's been embraced with evangelical zeal by the rest of the kitchen staff.
Our goal is to feed people's minds, take people on a different kind of journey, and help them see things from a different angle. This food doesn't exist just to satisfy people's hunger. You know, there's tagliatelle ragu down the street, and there's pizza around the corner for those kinds of things.
When Osteria Francescana opened in 1995, it was a new departure, not just for fine dining in Modena, but for Massimo and Lara.
The day that we opened, I couldn't be in Modena. My dad had just had an operation, so I was in New York with him. And just before opening, Massimo called me on the phone, and he said, you know, in about 20 minutes, we're going to be opening the doors of Francescana, but before I open the doors, I needed to ask you a question. Will you marry me? And I actually said to him, I haven't had a coffee yet. Can I call you back? But I knew that the answer was yes. In hindsight, really, he was asking me to marry the restaurant, which has been my job and my vocation and my passion as much as Massimo's. It's my whole life. It's our life.
The restaurant received its first Michelin star in 2002, its second 4 years later, and its third star in 2012. But the early years weren't always easy.
It's been hard because maybe I was pushing too much, and I was too much provocating, you know.
Massimo in the beginning was very provocative, and he really wanted to shake up the Modenese clients who weren't quite ready for what he wanted to do now.
Osteria Francescana in Italy boasts 3 Michelin stars and an avant-garde approach. As well as being a showcase for Massimo's modern Italian cuisine, the restaurant doubles as an art gallery, curated by his wife, Lara.
I came to the culinary world from an art background, and I was looking at everything through those lenses. Massimo came to the art world through a culinary background, and that was a great meeting of minds. If there's one thing that the artwork and the recipes do together is they have narratives.
Lara was the one who introduced me to contemporary art. She's the one who made visible the invisible.
This multicolored dish is an homage to one of the UK's most successful artists.
So Massimo read an article that Damien Hirst had hung one of his spin paintings in a fast food location in London.
You know, Damien Hirst is one of my favorite artists. It's amazing.
The title of the Hirst painting was something like beautiful psychedelic, gherkin pickles, shooting tomato all over your face, flame grilled. And this was so exciting to him. Fast food, slow food, fast painting, slow painting. What am I going to do with that?
What Massimo did became one of the most popular dishes on the menu.
Beautiful psychedelic, spin-painted veal, not flame grilled. It was a great success.
I'm gonna keep the meat here. I'm gonna put the red there.
Not only kitchen was flavorful and delicious, and the meat was cooked sous vide, so very slow cooking as opposed to the fast food restaurant. It wasn't grilled. So there were all these layers of meaning and metaphor playing on that idea, but there was also this sort of ode to Damien Hirst.
There's been a long debate around high-end restaurants as to whether they are art or food. In the sense that good art should reflect the world around us, I think they are on the level of high craftsmanship. What they're really doing is processing ingredients in a new way, and you think about them again. So the very best restaurants will present those flavors in a way that thrill and excite you.
Earlier this year, art and food came full circle when the artist heard word of Massimo's tribute.
Massimo received an email early 2015 saying, Damien Hirst would like to lend you, for your restaurant, a spin painting.
You rename the title, you retitled the sound. So this beautiful spin painting was renamed like as Beautiful Sonic Disco of Love and Hate at the Gate of Hell painting with wicked pools of glorious color and the beautiful psychedelic veal, not flame grill. So that's amazing.
Massimo's enthusiasm embraces all of his staff, in the kitchen and front of house.
I have Lara, I have 2 kids, but my family is the whole team. And we live this restaurant as it was a family. You know, these guys are part of the creative process because I always ask them to bring their culture, to bring their knowledge and express themselves.
Massimo understands the way that we think, each and every one of us. He understands our strengths and our weaknesses, and he works with them.
We are a group of people that believe in this project. The passion becomes your life, because take 24 hours a day, your mind focus on what are you doing.
Front of house, staff include identical twins, Andrea and Luca.
Lara and Massimo, they are taking us as a family. You are actually part of the restaurant. You are part of this dream, because this is our dream.
In the restaurant, we are about 35, and guests are between 25 and 30. So we definitely more employer than guest, but it's very important because we have to give them the best experience possible in Italian style.
With top-end restaurants around the world, I think it's the people within have a desire to do great things and to do something amazing that's going to be memorable for the guest. It is a team effort. At the end of the day, it's about culture, and it's about knowing collectively and for every individual what is good and what is bad, and how you're going to get this experience to be fantastic.
The team is everything in a restaurant like this. Dishwasher, the guy who's with a great smile is opening the door and say, welcome, or goodbye. You know, that's very important. And if everyone is alert and knows that, the whole team is getting so strong.
My favorite memories from this place are, the guys after dinner playing soccer in the rain, or massive water fights that we've had. Just us really living as, a family, brothers and sisters, and we have been able to find a way to work and live at the same time. We've really found harmony for the two.
You cannot improvise to be a great chef, but great chef can improvise.
Massimo is a person who keeps you on your toes. When he's around, there's a sense that, maybe you stand up a little bit straighter and you perform a little bit better. He is a perfectionist and is constantly pushing us forward. He is so volcanic, it's the idea of the volcano, that its explosions are scary, but they're very productive and things happen.
Sharing is a very important word. Obsession is another important word. But sharing with the team, sharing with our small town, sharing with our artisan, cheesemaker, farmers, fishermen, that's the most important thing. Cooking is not just about the quality of the ingredients, but also the quality of the ideas.
In the American state of Virginia, in the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains, is the sleepy country town of Washington, with a population of just 133 people. It's an unlikely location for a restaurant that has achieved AAA's highest award, the 5-star Diamond, 27 years in succession. A culinary shrine that attracts visitors from all over the world. This is the Inn at Little Washington.
If you just sort of let yourself dream and you work very hard and you put all of your energy and focus into one thing and you sacrifice the rest of your life, dreams can come true.
The Inn at Little Washington was converted out of what used to be a gas station, 70 miles west of Washington, D.C.
At a minimum, the average person drives 2 hours to get to us. That's a big commitment of time. It's rare and unusual to find a phenomenon like this going on in such a rural area. The fact that it's geographically resembling parts of England made it seem more like an English country house. We like to think that it's a stage set and it's a fantasy.
Chef and hotel owner Patrick O'Connell was a teenager when he stumbled upon the obsession he would make his lifelong career.
The first job I ever had was in a restaurant at age 15. It's an addiction that immediately takes hold. It's something about restaurant people. They're unusual, they're eccentric, they're fun, wild and crazy. Definitely not normal. And I felt I had found my people. When I go into transforming food into something, I feel like it's a magic act.
110 staff work at the inn, nearly as many as the entire population of the tiny town.
When people ask me to describe the restaurant or what goes on here, I start to sweat. You have to experience it, you have to feel it, you have to surrender to it. And no matter who you are, it will probably get you.
Patrick began the creation of his fantasy hotel-cum-restaurant in 1980. At first, he struggled to have his design ideas realized.
We were dealing with a local architect whose favorite color was white. And I said, we may have a problem. So I pushed him and he said, well, if you insist, I have a friend living in London who's absolutely mad, and I'll see if she has any thoughts or ideas.
That friend was artist and designer Joyce Conway Evans. a collaboration that began 40 years ago, continues to this day.
Patrick will ring and say, we're about to decorate a room. I set up my drawings. They grow a bit bigger as the painting progresses. I create really the basics, and then Patrick does the enrichments with his impeccable taste and his choice of things that complete the interiors.
The design of the restaurant, of course, is very important, and you need to think about it, because if you do not think about it and you design it wrong, this is going to impact negatively on the guest experience forever until you change it. So you've got to think about it always from a guest perspective, and you've got to think about it long term.
When diners first come in, they're stunned, overwhelmed by all the detail and the opulence of the decor.
We like to do slightly over the top, which is, I think, a good thing to do.
There's silk on the walls. We have the tapestries, the way that the lighting comes directly down so the guests can focus on each other.
I love to be surrounded with colour and beautiful things, and I hope other people visiting the inn will find the same.
The 5-star Diamond Inn at Little Washington in Virginia is open for dinner only 5 nights a week. Here, the guest's experience begins before they even step out of their cars.
The valets are, of course, the first impression of the inn, so we always want them to be at attention, smiling at everybody as they come. We dress them in seersuckers for the summertime, and in the wintertime we have tweeds, so we're trying to create a sense of place. They're a wonderful, wonderful addition.
Patrick O'Connell, as well as all of the dining room managers, are very attentive, and they're always constantly pushing us to do our best. You don't really realize until you're in this kind of environment how going just the small extra mile really makes the largest difference in somebody's stay. Just getting the door every time, or just being there for somebody, being friendly conversation when you're getting them out of the car, it really is what makes the experience special for our guests.
Service can really differentiate a place. You have to get inside the guest's head. You have to intuit what they're looking for, and you have to imagine their expectations. And then you have to adapt to the signals that they're giving you.
Great service is about attention to detail that you give to the guest in terms of what they want and when they want it. For example, somebody is looking up. They're looking up for a reason. Maybe they want the bill, maybe they want more wine. So it's understanding what they want and just being there at the right time for them, just at that very moment.
So we call all of our guests behind the scenes humans. I just always say, how many humans are on that table, or how many humans are we serving tonight? One day a boy in the kitchen said, Chef, I mean, if they're humans, what are we? And I said, you idiot, we're superhumans.
There is an amazing ballet that goes on in the dining room every night, and the restaurant dining room really needs to be set up so that that can happen smoothly and fluidly without the diners even noticing. The best service is the service that you don't even realize is there.
Patrick is very keen on how we move in and around the dining room. So we always try and go in the same direction and keep the flow of the dining room so there are no hiccups.
Chef says that service done properly is a ballet. When you move through the dining room, you're not bumping into each other. It's very smooth. He brought in a professional ballet teacher, very, very talented dancer, and he worked with a lot of the staff members on being graceful. Chef likes to say that when you're watching a ballet, nothing seems out of place until someone does something wrong, and then you really notice it.
The Inn at Little Washington has become a firm favourite with American movers and shakers who travel from the capital to eat here.
We get a lot of politicians because we're in proximity to Washington, D.C., and we get our share of the glamour quotient.
Over the years, we've had a lot of actors and actresses, Jack Nicholson, Ryan Reynolds, Warren Beatty, Normally we wouldn't serve lunch, but we actually opened up for Barbra Streisand. She came and had lunch one afternoon.
It's always a buzz. The room always loves it. There's just that little frisson that happens when somebody who's recognized by everyone walks through.
We certainly have had a lot of celebrities. The ballet is particularly perfect on those nights.
Patrick's exuberant and lavish take on grand British country house design extends even to the kitchen.
After transforming the building into an English country house, it seemed only right that this should look like the original kitchen. I called Joyce, our designer, and I said, Joyce, have you ever done a kitchen before? And she said, no, but I'd love to have a go at it.
I'd always been very inspired by certain kitchens I'd seen in country houses where they'd used tile work to a great extent.
She channeled the dairy room at Windsor Castle, which was where the cheese was made, all in blue and white tiles.
If you see the drawing of the kitchen and the completed result, the interpretation is remarkable.
The kitchen might be inspired by 19th century British royals, but the food that comes out of it is pioneering American cuisine. Tasting menus start at $178 a head. For a small premium, there's a chef's table. Here the self-taught king of modern American cookery calls on an even higher power to welcome his guests.
Robert Mondavi, the famous California winemaker, once referred to me as the Pope of American cuisine. So we decided to have a little fun with that and have a formal arrival ceremony for each guest with an acolyte, a little incense. We take our work very seriously, but not ourselves. Welcome, so nice to have you here. We started it tongue-in-cheek and not knowing how the guests might respond. And they find it so moving. There's nothing better than having the entire crew stop what they're doing and welcome them, greet them into our space. Just costs us a couple of minutes and a little coordination, and we can give them an experience that they can't get anywhere else.
Whether chef's table or main dining room, meals end with another unique experience. Guests are offered their final course from the restaurant's very own cow.
So this is Farah, the cheese cart. She's modeled after a Blue Ribbon Award-winning cow from Iowa State Fair.
Part of what Patrick does is inject humor into the service.
Every night a cheese cart is an option for dessert. It has anywhere from 14 to 25 cheeses on it from all over the world.
The guest reaction is they all love it. It's over the top, it's whimsical, and they all laugh.
It's all about the show and the theater. All the heads turn in the restaurant. Everyone asking a question, did that just move? Is that a cow? What's on the cow?
Every time the cow moves or moos, it's laughter.
We like to have fun here. We have fine dining with a little bit of soul.
People always ask me what makes the perfect dining experience, because it's not just about what's lying on the plate. It depends on who you're there with and whether they've made you feel welcome. From the kitchen to all the waiters, you have to feel they want you to be there and they want you to have a good time.
The chef has removed the stuffiness from fine dining. He wants you to feel as though you've just stepped into his home for a dinner party. And so the chef says, sit back, relax, enjoy yourself. You're our guests, have some fun.
Despite many years topping best restaurant lists, Patrick and his team take nothing for granted.
We're all looking critically at our work. I think that's been an essential component to our success. We are our worst critics. And it's never good enough, and it's never going to be good enough. I still think of humans as potentially dangerous creatures. But if they're chewing, you're usually safe in their presence. I still will look out in the dining room each night, and if someone's not chewing, I worry.
Hong Kong. This buzzing city off the south coast of China is home to an eclectic mix of cultures. Where land is limited, a vertical city has been shaped out of glass and steel. Close to the city's glittering Victoria Harbour is the flagship Mandarin Oriental Hotel. Hidden deep in the heart of the hotel's kitchens lies an intimate dining room, pairing highly creative dishes with one of the biggest names in Champagne. This is the Krug Room. The restaurant's secluded location means it's not a place a guest might stumble upon by chance.
The restaurant is tucked away inside the kitchen in the heart of the hotel, and there's no signs for it. In the beginning, it was a private dining, but then the demand was so big. For the last 2.5, 3 years, it's been really treated as a restaurant. You can book it for a table of 1, for a table of 2, whatever it is. So the maximum we can seat 12 people in there.
The restaurant teases its guests with its secret location.
The only thing what you know when you make a booking for the restaurant is that you meet in the Mandarin Grill and Bar for a glass of champagne.
Diners are collected from the bar and escorted behind the scenes through doors normally closed off to the public.
I lead the guests through this door. It's a very special place because it's hiding and a secret place in the hotel.
En route, guests get to savour some of the hotel's other idiosyncratic delights.
This chandelier is 3 tons. This is very, very heavy. Next will be the Culinary bar. So here you can see the decorations is still maintained very old English pub. And we have very big collections of the whiskey in Hong Kong.
Appetites whetted, guests are close to their destination.
Then I will lead the diners to go through the door to the very exclusive place. So this is the Krug Room door. Here we go. This is the restaurant. This is the place. In the Krug Room, there's a very, very special place because just like a chef playground. So chef can push the boundary, he can do whatever you like.
You know, if you have got a smaller restaurant like we have got with 12 seats, you can do much more. There's no limitations.
The growing trend for what's called a chef's table in a restaurant is, I think, an awful lot of fun if you can afford it. The idea is that your table, rather than being separated out in the dining room, is there almost in the kitchen, and that you'll see the food being produced around you. Then this can be actually a rather thrilling way to experience the best that a cook has to offer.
Welcome, good evening. It's not just a normal meal. We want to create the environment and the theater. The design here, you can look at this everywhere. It will look like a train carriage. The chandelier here, you can see like ice dropping down, and this is like an ice bucket. Welcome. Thank you. There's a lot of different diners around here because a lot of local celebrity, businessmen and young people and some elder people. There's all different classes of people who come in here.
German-born executive chef Uwe Opasensky has been catering for Krug Room guests since 2007.
Hong Kong is such a busy city, so I think for me I'll try to take people away from that for 2.5 hours where they don't think about whatever they do in their private life and just enjoy the company they're with and the conversation which comes out of food.
During their dinner, guests have a front row seat on all the action.
The windows are basically directly into our main kitchen. You've got like 30, 40 cooks in here rushing around, so it adds to a whole theater. And you sit in this restaurant in a very nice, calm environment. You don't hear much noise. You drink your glass of champagne, and you have got delicious food. But everything else around is buzzing and happening because it's an active kitchen.
There are no limits to how a great dining experience can unfold, and the story that the chef and the restaurant wants to tell you when you're there. These days, it can be one small table where you're eating with other people, where you're sharing that experience, where you have to sit next to strangers, interacting very closely with the chef themselves. They are a way for the restaurant to execute their vision.
Every night we have like 8 to 12 courses menu, depends on how Uwe want to make it specials. Depends on the seasons, depends on the market, what they have it. So very special dining.
The focus is on the food and not on the show. That's for me is very important. I mean, first of all, is the ingredient, and then the question what we have got for us as a team is how we deliver these ingredients in an interesting, different way which represents us.
Chef Uwe works alongside head sommelier Ken Wong. The pair have the challenge of crafting menus that work in combination with just one particular brand of champagne.
We are the only place in Hong Kong to offer this unique champagne pairing. And we have the best selection of the good champagne. And even some of those is not available in the public market. And I think the complexity of the champagne can really go well with some different type of food.
Champagne is just very easy for tasting menus, because it constantly refreshes your palates. It gets you ready for the next bite. You discover another layer of the champagne, of the food, so it's actually perfect. There's no limitations.
I like to interacting with my guests and share my knowledge, so they can enjoy the best cuisine and also experience something they never tried that before.
Uwe's creative imagination goes beyond the skillful matching of food with bubbles. In this kitchen, dishes are served in unexpected ways and in unexpected forms.
We look always at different vessels in different way to represent it more. Like, if you serve seafood, you serve it in a shell or on coral. We try to make shapes of different things which look like something else. We make stones out of scallops. So this is to confuse our guests. So you have got some real stones and some fake stones. So the real stones obviously are real stones, and the fake ones are hamachi. Basically, we freeze the fish, dip it in liquid nitrogen, dip it into the gelatin, dip it in liquid nitrogen, and then let it defrost. Smoke comes up, and we put straight away all the seafood onto the table. So when the smoke comes down, the people will discover the seafood, okay? It's what I call the lab. That's where we play around. I'm more for the creative part. So I like the idea of creating new things and pushing myself. That's who I am. I get inspired by a lot of different things. So I'm trying to stay on the edge, just to keep on pushing.
Chefs have really embraced the science of food. Understanding science and using it to your advantage in the kitchen can only make your food more interesting, more exciting, and better. I love chefs who are so innovative that they are literally moving our industry forward.
Okay, let's go.
Even the service has been tailored for this intimate dining room. Here, the chefs don't just cook the food, they also dish it up.
What we see now with certain restaurants, it's the cooks themselves who bring the dishes out to the table. So we no longer expect the cooks to be hidden away. we want to see that process and we like to see it before us.
Chef Uwe leaves no stone unturned in his efforts to enrich the diner's experience. He wants to tickle not just their taste buds, but every one of their senses.
I work with a perfumer in Spain who makes special flavors for us. We have got a dish which we call the seaside, where we create sea smell. So, you know, what does the sea smell like when you are sitting by the beach and the water flash against the shore? That's our smoked salmon. Enjoy.
Thank you.
You know, for me, smell is a very important factor. Whenever you pick up, you always, the first thing you look at it, and the second thing you do, you smell it.
It's not enough for Uwe that diners should merely taste the local organic produce at the core of much of his menu. He wants them to touch the hands of the farmers who produce it.
But one issue I always have got, that you will never see the people actually who produce these amazing products. So I came up with the idea that we would take the farmers' hands and make them in clay.
Fresh garden peas with a little bit of ricotta underneath. Then in here, as in every farm, we have got some snails. They're in here and in here. Snails, yeah, of course, snails. Then here.
So we use the hands to represent the things which come from the ground, from their farm, to your table.
Dishes with this level of artistry can take many months to refine. So inevitably, dining here does come at a price.
So the price will be stuck at the $350 US. Yes, it's not cheap, but we offer the high standard of service. So we expect that the guests will have the same level expectations. I think they are highly demanded, and of course they are spending a lot. You have to know the food ingredients, where it's from, and maybe you have to know about the vitamins as well. So they have a very high expectation for every single details.
But sometimes guests' expectations are turned completely upside down.
So now it's cheese and ham. But this ham is actually not from Spain, it's actually made in Hong Kong.
Our pastry chef came up with the idea of doing a ham, which is not really ham, which is an ice cream. We talked about the flavors first, and then we made a mold out of it. And then so we have got now this beautiful Iberico ham.
It's a very special breed. Whole ham is ice cream, vanilla and strawberry, so which I'm going to carve now for you.
It looks like ham. It looks like ham.
Pork as pudding, farmers' hands for bowls, fish disguised as pebbles, and that's only the beginning.
I think there's still lots of ideas bubbling around in my head, so there's no end in sight, really. What I wish for is that, you know, they walk away and say it was the best dinner they ever had, the most memorable dining experience, the best food they ever tasted.
So this is the last thing from us tonight. I hope you have enjoyed. So this is our spring and summer garden.
And as long as you can combine the product with a fun experience around it, then that's a success. Perfection we will never achieve, but we have to go towards it.
Ibiza, the holy grail to clubbers. This island off the east coast of Spain is known as the party capital of Europe. By day, tired revelers lounge on the beach, soaking up the Mediterranean sun. But those who want to swap techno for gastro and have a meal with a difference would be hard-pushed to find anywhere more different than what's dubbed by many as the most expensive restaurant in the world.
Mezclamos
las atracciones de feria con el circo. Queremos que el comensal vuelva un poco a su niñez.
This is Sublimotion.
Welcome to my stage. This is illusion, this is an adventure. This might look like a blank canvas, but this is just before all the magic starts.
This is a restaurant like no other. One room, one table, 12 diners. It's only open 4 months a year, and those lucky enough to secure a seat start their journey by being picked up at the Hard Rock Hotel to be driven to its secret location.
Hasta que llegan a unas puertas blancas, sin rótulo, sin nombre del restaurante, y es traspasar esa puerta que solo podría haber detrás un almacén o un hangar, y de repente te encuentras una mágica recepción loca y creativa, ¿no? En la que te está esperando un hoster y te ofrece el primer snack de la noche.
Once inside, a pane of frosted glass wondrously clears to reveal all the staff. Once in the dining room, fine food combines with technology to take guests on a multi-sensory, magical mystery tour. The restaurant offers a 13-course tasting menu, but the experience is about much more than the food.
3, 2, 1.
Pasando de que restaurante en sí no es, pero es un show gastronómico. Alternamos imagen con proyecciones, con comidas, cenas.
Cuando nos preguntan qué es Sublimotion, quizás tenemos que irnos a que es un nuevo arte escénico. Tienes teatro, tienes cine, tienes música, tienes gastronomía también, pero cuando mezclas todo en un mismo lugar, es un nuevo soporte de comunicación, en realidad, ¿no? Es un nuevo arte escénico. Esto es un teatro en el que el cliente está sentado en la propia escena donde ocurren todas las cosas.
To guide guests through their gastro-art experience, the restaurant employs a mistress of ceremonies.
Buenas noches, queridos amigos. I just help them through this journey, you know, and explain the food and what they have to do and all that. Señoras y señores, que empiece el espectáculo.
Projected images create a different scene for each course of the meal.
We go to the past, we go to the future. It's just surprising all the time. And food combines with images, with technologies, and it's an adventure.
It's a kind of concept that works best when you just have a single table of diners who are all coming for a tasting menu. And the idea is that whole, both the multi-sensory food on the plate and the multi-sensory environment in which you're eating that dish will come together and give rise to what might be a kind of a super additive hit in a much more powerful or emotional or memorable or stimulating kind of multi-sensory experience.
Early in their tech-fueled gastronomic journey, guests are transported to the ocean floor to eat seafood amongst whales and sharks. Backstage to this watery world, there's a different story. Food is finessed. Props are prepared. Serving staff wait like actors in the wings, with Mappy fronting it all up.
La caracola está rellena de frutos del fondo marino sobre la cocción de su propio jugo. What is very nice is when people start to relax and enjoy it and open and really accept everything and just go with it and just having fun.
orchestrating sound and vision, the technical team.
I have everything organized for each scene needs special effects, and over the sea, deep ocean, I have dolphins, other effects. And that makes every show different.
Tenemos un 360 que envuelve al comensal, tenemos una mesa que también se proyecta. El sistema que maneja todo esto no es un ordenador normal.
Estamos moviendo un montón de píxeles. Es una pantalla enorme, gigantesca.
Every trick in the book is employed to bamboozle diners' senses.
Our idea is make persons who comes to dinner forget at all their lives.
Tenemos aromas.
Sí.
La mesa cuenta con vibración.
Oler que estás en un campo, estás en una playa, estás en cualquier sitio del mundo. Utilizar la tecnología para ensalzar el sabor de todo también, para sentirte más a gusto.
También tenemos un sistema de imanes que hace que la comida levite.
Todo lo necesario para crear una experiencia única, aparte de la pura gastronomía.
The restaurant is the enchanted brainchild of renowned 2 Michelin-star Spanish chef Paco Roncero. In 2011, Paco joined forces with events guru Eduardo.
Cuando se juntan dos mentes muy inquietas, él con la parte de investigación en la gastronomía y de nuevas sensaciones a través de la cocina de vanguardia, y nosotros, por nuestro lado, con la creación de eventos y espectáculos que fueran diferentes. Esto, cuando se ha unido, ha dado lugar a este concepto.
The food is as visually arresting as the magical setting. Leading the kitchen is head chef Felix.
Intentamos hacer un tipo de cocina vanguardista, moderna, a la par un poco innovadora, para asemejarla un poquito a toda la experiencia que tenemos aquí. No nos centramos solamente en la cocina tradicional española, cogemos ideas de todo el mundo y todo lo que nos puedan aportar. Los platos los creamos junto con la tecnología y junto con las escenas que creamos aquí. Pues hay que hacer una escena base a un huerto. Por base a eso nosotros trabajamos, probamos platos, innovamos un poco a la hora de hacerlos.
It's a good moment right now with a big garden. I see this course many times, but it's perfect now.
Sublimotion in Ibiza makes eating out a multimedia, theatrical performance. 7 projectors beam images onto the central table and wrap around 5 million pixel screen, merging food with a virtual world.
Lo más importante es la gastronomía, sin duda. Lo único es que tú, cuando te sientas a comer en una mesa, se crea un clima diferente a cualquier otro momento.
Está respaldado de un trabajo de bastante tiempo. También dedicarle mucho tiempo, muchas horas, tema de proyecciones, ese tipo de plato distinto a la hora de que tú te lo comas. La vajilla, el servicio, es difícil de conseguir y de hacer.
For one of their 13 courses, guests are presented with a closed box, along with virtual reality goggles.
Y fijáis la vista en la tapa por debajo. Yeah. Are you ready?
Diners are immersed in a heads-up display of the recipe and nutritional information of the food they're about to eat.
Technology as it plays into the dining experience is really important, and that can be really fun if you know what you're in for and prepared for that experience. It can also show you a different side, a different perspective to food that you would never otherwise know. So it pushes you to reimagine food.
Essentially, you're expecting to be surprised. Now, it's not the way everybody would like to dine every single night of the week, is it? But once in a while, it can be fun. The question is, how far can you take the dining experience and what can you do with it?
Cutting-edge gastro-tech and the large team required to deliver it comes with a premium.
La cena son 1.500 euros. Está claro que es un producto costoso, sobre todo porque detrás hay mucha investigación y desarrollo y hay una inversión muy potente en crearte emociones que hasta ahora no habías sentido. Y esto lleva muchas horas de trabajo, muchas horas de estudio y muchas, cuando algo es tan nuevo, mucha prueba, fallo. Cuando abrimos por primera vez Sublimotion, nuestro objetivo era conseguir el mayor efecto wow en nuestros clientes, ¿no? Están 3 horas en este espacio y para ellos es como si hubiera habido un paréntesis en sus vidas y no se acordaran absolutamente de nada lo que hay en el exterior, ¿no? Solo durante esas 3 horas que para ellos pasan rapidísimo.
After truly magic mushrooms eaten in the woods, diners are transported to another festive fantasy.
Welcome to Circus Land!
Es como una especie de parque de atracciones, llevar a la gente a su infancia. Entonces basamos todas las elaboraciones que se pueden hacer en un parque de atracciones, como los algodones de azúcar, las manzanas de caramelo, es todo muy peculiar.
Everybody just get like, you know, kids again and just, you have all these things to choose and go and try this snack and the other snack and they are so good and that's fun. They are like, yeah.
The diner's gastronomic odyssey through time and space ends with a hovering, twirling mouthful of chocolate.
This is not a normal restaurant.
Please listen carefully. Listen carefully. The steps.
¿Se puede mejorar? Sí. Y cada año que vayamos haciendo esto irá mucho mejor.
Dentro de 10 años evolucionarán los conceptos, evolucionarán la manera de sentarnos alrededor de una mesa. Cuando tú tienes las paredes en blanco y puedes tematizarlas como tú quieras y puedes contar la historia que tú quieras, la limitación en este espacio es solo la creatividad.
This is one of the most famous and recognizable cityscapes in the world. And New York's reputation as big and brash may be just as famous. There are 24,000 restaurants in New York City, but within these busy, siren-filled streets, there's an oasis, where time doesn't matter, where service is king, and where nothing is too much trouble.
It's a real, genuine desire
to make the people that eat here, just to make their lives better.
Great food goes hand in hand with great service. Here at 11 Madison Park, that's the plan.
It's like a recipe. The service and the food are two ingredients in a dining experience.
I believe if the art of service and the art of cooking, if they come together at the highest level, I think that is the best dining experience.
To run a truly world-class restaurant, they both need to be given the same amount of authority, the same amount of respect. That relationship is truly the most important part about our restaurant.
And that relationship has paid off. 11 Madison Park has 3 Michelin stars, 4 stars from the New York Times, and it's recently been voted the best restaurant in North America by Restaurant Magazine.
Has different layers. It has a tomato mousse underneath, has croutons underneath, and then the tomatoes, and then just the onions and the basil. It's beautiful.
These days, chefs and front of house understand that it is really a collaboration, that the experience is one. You can't have one without the other.
The restaurant is the shared vision of co-owners front of house specialist Will Guidara and award-winning chef Daniel Hum.
It takes about, I don't know, 100 pounds of tomatoes per day to have like 4 pounds of like the mixture.
Overlooking Madison Square Park, the restaurant occupies the classic New York City Art Deco landmark, the MetLife Building North.
But this room, it's just one of those rooms that there aren't very many of anymore. It actually screams New York with its Art Deco detailing, and it's a very special place, and at some point along the journey it was decided that it deserved to be one of the great dining rooms in the world.
This is 11 Madison Park in New York City. Co-owners Will Guidara and Daniel Hum joined forces in 2006 when the restaurant was a simpler brasserie style. They began the transition to high-end fine dining by buying out their former boss and taking over full control in 2011.
Our goal is just to create an environment where people can come and connect with one another over food and wine, and hopefully food and wine at a higher level than that they've experienced before.
Food is getting better and better in more and more places, so service is becoming more and more important to the guest experience because they can get good food anywhere. But great service is a different story.
To help Will achieve his goal of exemplary service, he has a 40-strong front-of-house army, ready to give guests the dining experience of their lives.
We look to surround ourselves with people that are very, very passionate about what they do.
So forget about us compared to the restaurants we view as competitive. I want to just ask you to think about as compared to the restaurants you've worked at before.
As the kitchen preps the evening service, Will briefs his front-of-house team.
We take what we do really, really seriously, but we don't take ourselves nearly as seriously. And I think no matter what the scenario is, when you articulate who you are and what you stand for, you only live up to those words like 98% of the time. Let's make it 100%. And that's what I challenge you all to do. That's it. Have a good service.
In the dining room, it takes a long time to learn the craft of service, but we can teach that to people. What's required is a very, very complete understanding of our collective reason for being.
So you guys, buds, have you heard this word buds before as it pertains to our menu?
And bud board.
Oh, the bud board. The bud board?
For staff, that learning process never stops.
100%. Very
And in case anyone's in doubt, the restaurant has a 97-page training manual.
There's a lengthy training program that you need to go through. And it becomes second nature. Then you can focus on the thing that's more important than any of that, which is just connecting on a very personal level with the people you're intended to serve.
So here we have our traditional East Coast seafood boil. In case you go to the beach, get some friends, some seafood, and have a party on the beach.
It's about total knowledge. When you got that total knowledge of your place, of your surrounding, of your product, then you feel confident. People are watching you work and they can see, look at this guy, look at him. This is an integral part of the experience. And the interaction that you have with the guests is a very key part of it. So knowledge is fundamental.
Will's highly trained staff serve 100 diners a night, paying $225 a head for a multi-course tasting menu. Each group of 7 tables has its own captain, sommelier, server, and assistant server. But there's one member of staff whose job is more unusual.
I'm the only dreamweaver that I know of, but it's a really nice thing to have such a unique job.
Their job is to do ridiculous things that will make an experience especially exciting or memorable for any given individual we find in our dining room.
If they are visiting New York for the first time and it's snowing, that will bring you a Madison Park sled.
Could be running out and getting a hot dog from a hot dog stand because a table is complaining that they're on their way to the airport at the end of a week-long trip, and as much as they loved their vacation, they're realizing now they never got that New York hot dog.
Like what I'm doing now is painting a bottle that's going to be really special to some diners tonight to celebrate their anniversary. So they'll have the drink with them and then they'll be able to take it back with them.
It's basically us just saying that we are here to find a way to make the people that join us happy. And we'll be as unreasonable as possible in our pursuit of that.
We're at 2 top.
Recently crowned North America's finest dining experience by Restaurant Magazine, 11 Madison Park takes its inspiration from a strong sense of place.
We talk about New York cuisine, and we talk about a cuisine being the intersection of history and agriculture. And so we look for inspiration in so many different places, whether it's the food that is actually growing here. We work with a ton of amazing farmers just right around us. The cuisine is an expression of Daniel's palate. He uses a lot of acidity. It's very fresh and light. But hopefully it tells the story of the agriculture of New York, and hopefully it gives you a sense of the history of New York.
Yeah, I think it's good. I grew up in Switzerland, and in Switzerland, each town and every little valley and every place has like their own baked goods, their own sausage. But what are the things that you can only get in New York? And they are. And you have to dig a little deeper, and you have to be a little bit more patient to find them. And but that's how I found, like, you know, black and white cookies or egg cream, things that are truly only here.
Will and Daniel also drew inspiration from a quite different icon of the Big Apple.
We had lofty ambitions for what we wanted to do. We wanted to be the 4-star restaurant for the new generation. We believed that New York deserved a restaurant at this caliber that was designed for people of our generation, that wasn't stuffy or pompous or overwhelming. But we needed a way to communicate to our team what that looked like.
10 years ago when we got a review by the New York Observer. And we got a really good review, but one of the lines said, "Oh, I wish this place would have a little bit more Miles Davis." And we're like, wow, that's cool, but what does that mean?
And so a few months later, we started going deep into the world of Miles Davis, and we came up with the 11 words we found most commonly used to describe him.
And some of the words were, you know, cool, endless reinvention, forward moving, collaborative. And I think a few of those words we really grabbed onto.
And those words eventually became our mission statement. But there's one that's become a very, very big part of who we are, and that's endless reinvention.
One part of that reinvention is the way the fruits of the kitchen are brought out to the dining room.
This is the pig's bladder, and we used it as a cooking vessel for asparagus coming from a really
We love tableside service. I think when you look back at like the old grand restaurants of New York, there's a sense of theatricality in them. And that's something that we connect with.
The whole thing is theatre, and I am a big fan of it. I'm pleased that a lot more of the sort of trolley service round tables is coming back. It seems to me a lot of fun.
But guéridons, the French term for those little carts on wheels you push through the dining room, effectively giving us the ability to take something that would normally happen behind the scenes and bringing it right to you at the table. It's like sitting in the front row at the theater. And we do them for all sorts of things. We'll carve ducks, we'll do coffees and teas and cocktails, we'll open wines tableside, a bunch of different ways, one of which is we use these things called port tongs, which also get fire into the dining room, which very rarely falls short. It's just something that's fun, to bring it out, to make it a show. People come here to give themselves the grace to forget things. So whether they leave just being really struck by how delicious the food was, or the wine, or a cocktail that they had, or a particularly special connection that they had with the people serving them, we want them to just leave having had a really, really good time. We want them to laugh. We want them to have fun. We want them to think a little bit, hopefully learn something. We want them to feel that we were a worthwhile use of their time.
At the southern tip of Mexico's 1,000-mile Baja California peninsula lies Los Cabos, Mexico's ultimate seaside paradise. A favorite haunt of Hollywood royalty and millionaires, it's here you'll find the coastal resort of one and only Palmilla. From its origins as a 15-room celebrity hideaway in 1956, the resort has grown into an exclusive vacation destination, housing a selection of fine dining restaurants, one of which is a brand new steakhouse. Welcome to the home of sun, sea, and seared.
Welcome to See Your Restaurant. Your reservation is ready.
This salute is from one part of the Republic in Mexico. And say hello from the bottom of over here.
Your table, sir?
It's the best restaurant of steakhouse in Mexico with best quality of meat, best product, cooking perfection. It's like a luxurious barbecue and it's delicious.
The meat is like the star of the show in this restaurant. It's like a piece of art.
Mesa 43, un foie gras, un sésame, un bacon et une pata negra. Vámonos.
Food is a very, very emotional business. It is how our mothers nurture us. It's how we get our lovers into bed. It's how we say sorry. It's not just about nutrition. It's about the weft and weave of us as human beings. So I think it's entirely natural that when we have moments we want to celebrate, when we have groups of people that we want to see and show our love to, we do it in restaurants. And that's a very, very natural thing. And it's very, very ancient. It goes back to, you know, cavemen sitting around the fire together, ripping bits off the carcass of the animal they killed together.
And you don't get much nearer to ripping carcass than here.
Everything is prime. All the beef are from United States and Kansas. Also, I try to get some Wagyu or Kobe from Japan. It's A5, it's the highest grade from beef in the world, and was the most expensive meat you can have. And it's amazing flavor, it's simply delicious.
All the cows receive a special treatment like massage, hear music, and take beer to relax the meat. For us, sounds very funny, but it's real. That's the reason that all the meat is very soft, very, very soft, and really good quality.
The Kobe beef is one of the most expensive meats because it's so much work. They really treat the cow like a princess.
The price of the Kobe beef we have here in the restaurant is $36 per ounce. Okay, if you order 10 ounces, you're going to pay $360. It's a really nice deal.
Seared is a relative baby in the restaurant world, but working in collaboration with 3 Michelin-starred French chef Jean-Georges Van Gerichten, it already has grand plans.
Our aspiration in this restaurant is to be the #1 in Mexico first and keep the ace of the world looking us.
I would love to have a Michelin star here. It will be really amazing for me, and I will be very honored to get a star.
The restaurant setting offers guests a very special dining experience.
Many people spend hours just sitting on the chairs looking at that beautiful view. If you want the sound of the ocean and the palm trees and the stars and the moon outside, you can have that. We have probably some of the best whale watching in the world here. If you want a world-class experience, you can watch the whales breaching in the ocean.
What we want to do is to try to get a relaxing restaurant, a luxurious but also relaxing. People get great escape here and have holidays. I think all this energy are like more peaceful, and you can listen all the waves crashing on the rocks and see the whales also jumping.
In the 1950s, this was really an amazing place for fishing, and Bing Crosby, Frank Sinatra, Lucille Ball, Fred Astaire, many of these people would come down here.
And today, for those bored with whale watching, star spotting is still an option.
The type of guests here are really high level. They are like all celebrities from Hollywood, from all this world.
It's amazing the quantity of celebrity that we have every single night. And all the guests feel like they are in Hollywood. All our customers feel like celebrity with us.
Of course, it's not just Tinseltown's elite that takes centre stage. This restaurant is about meat, and they're not shy in showing it.
We showcase all the meats. You are going to get the best quality in the meat.
We have this amazing meat cellar. It's a great display. When the lights come down in the restaurant, it looks like amazing, and people love to take pictures of this with me or with family.
When all the guests arrive, we offer first the pata negra. It's special because just the pigs eat the acorn, and that's the reason of the special flavor that we can get is unique in the whole world.
Guests don't even have to leave their seats to make their choice of the restaurant's choice cuts.
We have a meat trolley, so we present like all the 15 different cuts the waiter bring from the kitchen, and just like show the guest which cut they would like tonight. So they want tomahawk, porterhouse, ribeye, short ribs, New York strip steak, prime tenderloin, Kobe, Wagyu. They can see exactly what they want, and also they can choose exactly the piece they want.
When we arrive to the tables with the tray meat, all the people say, "Wow, I want that meat. No, I want that." And the server offer different options, and of course different sides and different sauces.
Now tableside service can mean so many different things, and it's really an innovative way of making the diner participate in the meal itself. It's definitely theatrics, but when done well, it really serves to envelop the diner in the meal.
It's like a show. When people come to the table, you see this waiter bring you this amazing trolley. I think this is unique.
To complement the meats, it's not just wine that features on the menu.
We have unusual pairings with the meat because we can recommend some really good tequilas between 18 24 months of age for meats like New York with that black pepper sauce. It's an amazing combination.
The restaurant may be a carnivore's cornucopia, but if guests prefer their fillet with fins, they won't be disappointed.
If you don't like meat, also you have like a great seafood. We have a sea of Cortez on the front of the hotel. I get my fisherman bring me the best sea bass or red snapper or some spiny lobster, so everything gets fresh.
Some fresh ingredients can pose a problem. The setting is idyllic and remote. There are ingredients that can't be sourced locally.
To get the product here, sometimes it's a bit challenging. We are far off everywhere. It's the middle of the desert. First of all, you need to check with customs if we can bring this product in. You have this special environment with the desert, so it's very difficult to get every single product here. I have 2 planes coming every week in this resort, full of product from France, from Japan, from United States, from all the country. So I need to make my ordering early, make sure everything is fine, and then the product arrives. If I don't get any great quality and great product, you cannot have great dishes. We really want give the best.
And the best means that even this temple to meat eating can cater for vegetarians and almost vegetarians.
We have different signature dishes here. We have like the classic egg caviar with butter, cayenne. We do some vodka cream on top with a nice kernel of caviar. Also, we have a truffle pizza. We cannot remove this from our menu because the guests will kill me.
In September 2014, Los Cabos was devastated by Hurricane Odile. The resort and its restaurants suffered major damage. But after only 7 months, and with the help of New York design company Jeffrey Beers International, the new Steakhouse concept took shape, along with the revamped resort.
When we arrived on property, it was a month after the hurricane. The structure of the building was still there, but everything else had been completely destroyed. So we knew we had a hard task to bring back the charm and love of this great resort that people have been coming to for years. We really wanted to look towards local materials. We used a lot of honed marbles in the floor patterns and looked to Mexican basket weaving patterns for inspiration.
The decor of a restaurant should be consistent with the food that you're eating and help tell the story of that restaurant and the point of view of that restaurant. It all needs to be the same feeling, to generate that same perspective, and needs to tell me something that furthers the narrative of that restaurant.
The atmosphere that you can see when you arrive at this beautiful restaurant is between elegance and casual. It's beautiful.
It's not a classic steakhouse. It's like more modern and have a nice touch of contemporary style and also a modern design.
We saw a total different design here. It's completely different. It's more fresh, more warm.
Okay, good evening, guys.
Hello, good evening.
So tonight we have native covers. I want just to make sure tonight we have a new dish. Every day we do training. Before the service at 5 o'clock for 1 hour, we review all the sequence of service, all the dish, all the description of the food, all the allergy, all the way they will serve the wine or cut the ham to make sure everything is perfect.
Great service depends upon the people who are delivering it. In the end, it comes down to the people who are giving you the service actually having human interpersonal skills. It does come down to that basic understanding of human interaction and knowing how to watch people.
When you arrive at this level of service and so high, and people are so demanding, you cannot just have a classic service.
What's the chef's choice for the porterhouse on the cooking temperature? Medium rare.
Every day we need to improve standard training to be behind people, checking every day, every single details to make sure at 6 o'clock we open the door and the show can start.
With such meticulous attention to detail, nothing is left to chance.
We need to align all the tables with a row for get the perfect alignment. All of our staff is taking care of every single detail for align the chairs. After that, we are going to align every single china plate. They continue with the glassware too. We are going to keep clean everything for be ready when our customers arrive. We need to take care of every single detail.
You know, Aristotle said, we are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, therefore, is a habit, it's not an act. And that's what it's about. It's about that repetition and a constant reminder to people of how you work and how you want it done and the kind of hospitality and the kind of service that we want. That's what it's about.
The experience we want to give to the people, it's like to get great memory. So they can always remember they came to this restaurant and have this amazing dinner. Every guest is VIP. We treat people like a king.
This restaurant is very special for the location, the view, the great food, and the service that you can get. So the people who go to a restaurant is for feel better, for enjoy the time. And when you arrive and saw this, wow, I feel special.